Hey, good to see you, everybody. Good to be back. Good to be here with you all. It is July 25th of 2023, and we're back. Back to the grind at University of Idaho. Today, guys, we're talking about Brian Kohberger's Alibi, and we're going to review a couple things that has some very interesting info in it, and I'm glad you're here to do it with me. So what do you say we get this show? Well, I say it every day. On the road. Let's do this. Hey. What's up, guys? I just spilled coffee everywhere. Sorry, folks. Bear with me here. I need some paper towels, too.
Dad,
Why do you say things like that?
because that could screw up everything.
Yeah, I know, Kaden. That's why I'm trying to clean it up. Sorry, folks. One moment. That's cute. I'm here. Right here. Sorry. Good Lord. As if I didn't have enough problems, right? Let's add one more. All right. Thank you, sir. Bear with me, guys. We'll get going here in 1 second. I just gotta make sure I'm not gonna fry myself in my system, because then you won't see me at all. And that wouldn't be fun. I would be highly unhappy if I couldn't hang out with you guys. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night to you all. I hope you're all having a great day. Gotta be better than what I'm dealing with right now. So, right at the beginning, gotta love it, right? Damn it, coffee everywhere. Wasting coffee that. Oh. Okay, what just happened? Are you serious? What's happening here? Come on. There we go. Come on back on, please. Okay, that was cute. Anyway. Good Lord, what a mess. Sorry, everyone, and welcome. Hope you're all having a great day today. Great start to your day. Jeez, good Lord. Sorry, folks. Come on in, find a seat. Bear with me. Making a mess in here. Sorry about all that, everybody. And I wasted most of my coffee. That's not cool at all. I spilled. It was a latte, caramel, and I did see you sent me an email, and I thank you for that. I'll be looking at that. So, how is everyone doing today? As I said, we're going to be talking about Mr. KOHBERGER's alibi today. I believe he did what you guys all thought he was going to do. I think we all did. But there's more to it, and we're going to talk about that. And we're going to review a couple videos that have some very interesting information in them in regards to this. Tomorrow, little change of events, folks. We're going to be jumping into something new. I talked to some of you guys about today. The Gilgo Beach scenario. It's quite interesting. So we're going to be looking at that tomorrow to start that off. But don't worry, because I know there's a lot of people that showed that they were worried about us leaving this case altogether, but we're not doing it. Just letting you guys know, we'll be adding some things to our docket and moving forward, but we're going to keep hammering away at this one like we have been on it in a different way, different perspective, however you want to put it. But we're going to be getting into some new stuff, most importantly. So again, I got 174 amazing people in here, guys. We got 39 likes. If you would, please, 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 make a match, guys, if you could. And let's see who we have here with us that graced us with their amazing presence today. Looks like Carmel Lucifer's in the house. Good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Angie Riley, welcome back. Mrs. M, always happy to have you here. Miss Tracy, great to see you. Ivan Montez, good to have you back. Margaret Ofer, welcome. Good to see you. Miss Coco, happy to have you here, dear. The Chick Antique is in the house. Great to have you. No Chains, no Mo. Thanks for joining me, darling. Appreciate you. Yvette Herrera, thanks for being here. It's a new face. Good to have you. From all the way from Cali, 2 cents. Welcome. Good to have you here. Gemini 65, good to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us. Let me see. Commercial Zone, welcome back. Great to see you. Double Doll 666, always happy to have you here. Marina Girl, welcome back. Bonnie Messick, great to see you. Nevada Cops in the house, good to see you. Miss Kelly, Mrs. Kelly, I'm sorry. Welcome. Good to have you, dear. Good to see you. Let me see. Miss Kim Marin, great to see you. I know. Get it together. I'm sorry. I'm a mess. Bad morning. All Things Silver, welcome. Great to have you. Good to see you. Vix Logic, welcome back, dear. Good to see you. Let's see. Dory, welcome back. Just keep swimming. And great to see you. Jesse Lynn, welcome back. Great to have you here. Never Fear Truth, welcome. Good to see you. It's a new name. Good to have you here. I did notice this morning, folks, by the way, we are only roughly like 40 some off from hitting 6,000 subscribers. That is absolutely amazing. And I want to thank you all for that. We just hit 5,000 a couple weeks back, guys, not even. And we're already hitting 6,000. Come on now. You guys are killing me with this. You're going to make me have another party. Which is okay with me because I love hanging out with you guys. Amy Locke, welcome back. Great to see you. Oh, the gang's all here. All these awesome meatballs floating around today. Jumping on down here so we can spill some sauce together. That's awesome. Angel, welcome back. Great to see you. Rhea Baldic, welcome back. Alien, to live, love it. Earthling Violet, welcome, Miss Violet. Good to see you again. Brooke E, welcome back. Good to see you. Let me see. Sarah D. Iris, welcome back, dear. K. Joe, welcome. Tree Baby, Tennessee, great to have you here. Good to see you. Paula Lamore, great to have you here. Let me see. Miss Annie Ruler, welcome back. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Angie Riley, again, welcome back. Great to see you. Michelle Mack is in the house, guys. Good to see you, Michelle. Thanks for joining us today. Daisy Dad, my dear, great seeing you. Thanks for joining us. Miss Wisdom Speaks. Sherry's in the house. Great to see you, Sherry. Always happy to have you here, Gemini. Like I said, Tara Webb, welcome back, dear. Good to have you. Thank you for the email. Nat Cat, great to see you. Thanks for joining us. Lisa and Cannoli. Hey, welcome back, guys. Good to see you. Almost there, guys. Let me see. Oh, shoot. 216 awesome people here, and we still only got 85 likes. Let's make it match if we can. Christina Jamel, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Great to have you here. Welcome back, Jody. Good to see you. Judy Adams, Ohio in the house. Hey. Gotta love it. Welcome back, Kaleida Hope. Always happy to see you. All right. I know I started it off muted again, guys. I keep forgetting that damn mute button because it automatically throws it into mute when it plays the intro, and I forget about it. Laughing Stock, welcome back. Good to have you here, bud. Karma Police is in the house. Behave, everybody. I tell you every day. Thank you, Miss Tara. I appreciate that so very much. You guys are awesome. I'm glad to see that people think about me as well. Makes me feel good. It really does. Because I think about you guys every day, all day long. T2014, good to see you. Good to have you here. Miss Gloria S., welcome back, dear. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Ashley Nicolette, welcome back. My buddy Eddie, what's up, brother? One Maiden Nuts in the house. Good to see you, Miss Heather M. Welcome back, dear. Good to see you. Hope all is going well with you, dear. I think I got almost everyone here. Angela Kerrigan, welcome back. Good to see you. Welcome from Seattle. Good to have you here. The reigning city. Miss Cindy Ann, Tiamo, my dear. Good to have you. Thank you so much. And thank you for that. I appreciate that so very much. Evo girl, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Brooke, Mags G's in the house. Welcome back. Jennifer S., welcome back. Good to have you here. Let me see. Striker Force for you. Welcome back. Good to see you. Miss Melissa Jade's in the house. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today, Miss Jade. For those of you that have not checked out her channel, please check it out. She puts on a really, really interesting show, folks. Always interesting things to talk about. So go check her out. Show a little bit of love over there. She's another amazing creator out there in this realm of craziness that we cover, folks. Please check her out. So we'll drop a link here soon. Rainy Days, welcome back. Great to see you. Miss Angela, if I didn't say it, I'm saying it now. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Word Sleuth, welcome back. Riley Nicole, great to see you. Thank you again all for all my awesome mods for being here. I appreciate you so very much. Miss Molly Drake is in the house. Good golly, Miss Molly. Great to see you, Molly, dear. Thanks for joining us. As I was speaking of my awesome moderators. Sherry K, welcome back. Another Ohioan in the house in Stitches. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us. Mystic Virgo, welcome back. Good to have you. 216 in the house. DMC, where's Ron? Oh, that was corny. Just like me. It is what it is. Welcome. Good to have you. Michelle Weddle, good to see you. Good day to you. I think I've got everybody. Red Riding Hood's in the house. Running away from that big bad wolf again. Good to have you here, dear. Tina B, welcome back. Good to see you. Peaches81, welcome. Always happy to have you. Creepy Crystal on your lunch break. Thanks for joining us. Becky Strider, thanks for being here. Ohana, once again, Ohana means family, and that's what we are. Great to have you here, guys. I'm doing wonderful, Evo. Thank you for asking. There she is. The comedian's in the house. Mandy Joe, welcome back, darling. Good to have you here. All things silver, great to see you. I think I already said that, though. Mystic Virgo, I got you. I think I got everybody covered. Sarah the Irish, I did get you, too. Marcy E, good to see you. What's up, Mr. T? Paula Lamore, thank you for jumping in. Mark, good to see you. Peppermint Tea, thanks for joining us. Never Fear Truth, that's a fact. Yeah, Daguchi, good to see you. Just keep swimming, that's right, Dory. Leah Story, welcome back. Good to see you, dear. Thank you so much for that, Miss Tara. That's a fact. It's all good, Miss Ashley. It always gets better when I get in here to see you guys. Crazy Peas in the house. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Commercial Zone, welcome again. Cammy Q's in the house. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. I think I got everybody. Rick's Logic. There she is. Good to see you. All right, guys. And if I did miss your name, I'm so very sorry. I did not mean to do it. It was not on purpose. We broke it, folks. We're in the algorithm now. Thank you all for that. I appreciate you. Miss Carrie Pazula, good to see you. Where is Miss Heather at? And Miss Brandy. Well, what's up, Willie, brother? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Amethyst Noor's in the house. Welcome back, dear. Matt Emlo 12. Great to have you here. Coffee Master, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. Jazz King, welcome back. Sorry to hear that, bro. Party of Fives in the house. Great to see you. Roll Tide Roll. That's right, Willie. Roll Tide Roll. Robert Bell, welcome back, bro. Good to see you. Budford, it's a new name. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Love seeing the new faces in here. Lauren Elizabeth, welcome back. Cleveland's in the house. That's right. The land stands strong. Thank you so much, Evo. Child of God, welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. I'm proud to know that. Miss Crystal, Melissa Jade, K. Joe. Okay. I think I got everybody. Good to see you more, Miss Molly. Roll, Dago, roll. That's right. Come on in. Yeah, guys, I'm not doing well today. I had a couple flies in my house, okay? Because, my grandkids leave the doors open. Sandy, Colorado, welcome. Good to have you here all the way from Cali. Yes, thank you, Miss Sherry. I appreciate that. I'm glad you were in there. And, of course, the lovely Miss Cindy Ann, all the way from Rome, Italy. Ti amo, Bella. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, so I was making my coffee. I walked away from it, and I have a giant Keurig machine that makes water, coffee, hot water, whatever I want, right? I walked in here. I was setting this stuff up. Walked back in there. There's 2 dead flies in my coffee cup within 30 seconds. So I guess I caught the flies. They must have been attracted to the heat. I don't know what it was because it's kind of cold in my house because of the air. So then I washed all that out, made new coffee, come in here, sat down, spilled it all over the desk. I'm just not having a day, folks, at all. At all. Hopefully it gets better. I pray. Strike first, little brother. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Again, I hope you're all having an amazing start to your day. Yeah, that's what I said. Yuck. Miss Brandy, the OG, what's up? Good to see you, Brandy B. I was wondering where you were at. Thank you for joining us today. So yeah, rough day, rough morning. And then I had some messages from people and emails and all that fun stuff. You know how that goes, you guys. I wasted 2 cups of coffee, folks. Well, 1.5 because I spilled half of the other one. So again, thank you all for joining me. Yeah, they're really bad here too. I live out in the country, so they're everywhere. Yep. Come on in, guys. Find a seat, grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on in and sit down. And, well, you know what? Have a conversation with me. We got some stuff to talk about. Some interesting stuff to review. We're going to talk about the alibi. The alibi. Or whatever we're going to call it. Dakota Parker, welcome back. Great seeing you. It's great to have all of you awesome meatballs in the house. All the members, thank you so much for being members and for just being who you are and for being here with us. The non-alibi. There you go, Brooke. Sunshine, welcome back. Great to see you. Dinky, 1974. Great having you here. Nah, what's up, 12? Great to see you. Oh, yeah, we're staying cool in here, that's for sure. Sea Star, welcome. Good to have you here. Homeboy Brian didn't do it. Apparently, there is some evidence that he was somewhere else during the time of the murders, which will come out through. Yep, that's what we're looking at. We'll see what happens. We're going to talk about it here in a moment. Making sure. Interesting. Very interesting. What's up, Adam? Stand by the jams. Welcome back, sir. Willie. That's interesting to know. I just got an anonymous tip that somebody else received a tip that somebody related to the Idaho case was detained in Boise. No details, though. That's interesting, guys. Are you getting a tap again? Sorry, chick. Sorry about that. My phone hit me. So, Strutter, what's up? Good to see you. It's gone. It's gone. Sorry, folks. This damn phone. So yeah, that just came through. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm guessing, or before, if there isn't a trial. Yeah, Danger Zone. Good to see you, brother. I'm not sure what's going on, but it's just the tip, guys. We don't have any concrete on it yet, so. I told you guys things were coming. You know, maybe it's because I said that we're going to move forward and start looking at some other cases that things are going to start happening. I don't know. Your 8-year-old's modding. Thank you. As long as you're doing your job, Manny, that's all that matters. Yeah. Blah. Good to see you. I like the name. I'm not sure. I don't know. What's up, Kells? Good to see you. Kelly King, welcome. Good to have you here. Got 338 amazing people in here. We're up over 100 likes, so we're out in the algorithm. Thank you for joining us. It's great to have you all back. Great to see you all. Bonnie Howell, thanks for joining us. That's what we're going to do. We're going to have to check well, if they're being detained, there's no arrest report yet. That's the problem. Now, if they end up being arrested, then we'll get lucky. Come August bomb. Oh, yeah, I know. Believe me, Coco, I know, hun. I absolutely know. I've been thinking on it, too. Waiting for it. And I had a feeling, always and forever, great to see you. I had a feeling that this whole alibi thing was going to draw something out of the woodwork. A tingling, that spidey sense is going off. So yeah, we don't know, Daisy. Somebody's been detained, but we don't know who. And like I said, it was just a tip that came in. And it was anonymous. So it's just a tip. Don't get excited yet. We don't know. But who knows what the deal is yet. Like I said today, guys, we're going to look over the alibi scenario. Melissa D, good to see you. Kyla Delilah, welcome back. Good to have you here. And we're going to review some videos on some stuff. A couple of you guys have seen some of it, but we got some more. It's all good. No worries about being late, Delilah. Hey there, Delilah. Right, hold on, folks. Well, and that's going to happen, Dinky. We can still do that, as I've been explaining to people, and cover other cases as well. Guys, before a lot of you guys came in here, I was covering 4 cases at one time. No lie. Where is the other Heather? Richard, good to see you. That's what I'm thinking, commercial. Same thing. Exact same thing. I agree. Like I said, folks, nobody said we were letting this case go. It's not going to happen, guys. There's too much invested in this. I can cover this and cover other things at the same time with no problem. Okay. And good to see you. Thanks for joining us. I've done it before. I covered Susie Q. Good to have you there. CR, thanks for joining us. Marcy E, I saw you. Tattletales, there you are. Welcome back. D Smalls, good to see you. Okay. So, moving forward, Sandra Blackbee, thanks for joining us. I was just kind of waiting for a couple other people to jump in here. Well, maybe they're not going to. Let me see here. There's Mikey. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for jumping in, Mikey. All right. All right, guys. Hold on one second. Let me get something loaded up for you real quick. Give me a moment to load it. Is Miss Patty in here? Good to see you. My phone is moved. I promise. Well, you guys are getting testy with me, aren't you? Jeez. Jeez. I'm doing it, guys. Yes, it is, Miss Ann. I agree. What's up, Elbow? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Miss Lisa, good to have you here. JS218, thank you for joining me. He was live last night, JS2218. I was on his panel with him. I think he's working right now. Anna, good to see you. Anna Flavia Constantino, Justice is in the house. Good to see you as well. Becky, thanks for joining us. Pappy Man, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Looks like everybody's in here today. Good to have you all here. Appreciate you guys. Okie dokie. Moving over here. Good Lord, I get emails like crazy, you guys. A lot of them, too. Okay. And we got something to talk about here a little later, too, by the way. Canadian True Crime Buff, thank you for joining us. It's great to see you. Deborah Thompson, thanks for joining us. Good to see you as well. All right, folks. So, like I said, this is the alibi we're talking about. We're going to go over that first, and we're going to check this other stuff out after the fact. And then we're going to have a little talk towards the end before I bring everything to a close. Just here to establish an alibi. Love the name. What's up, dear? Thanks for joining me today. Colleen, good to see you. Awesome. 428 awesome people in here. Thanks for joining us today, guys. Great to have you here. So, as we all know, yesterday was the deadline for his alibi based on what Judge said, because the prosecution was demanding an alibi from this man, which I highly disagree with, you guys. I've never in my life have I ever seen the prosecution, or anyone for that matter, demand that a defendant or anyone give an alibi. Never seen it. It's crazy. Doesn't make any sense. Okay. So whatever, but they demanded it. The judge put it through. He allowed it. And here we are. Yesterday was the deadline. It doesn't make sense, but And I knew it was going to end up something like that. So it's Idaho law. That's right. Gloria S. Thank you. There it is. For those of you that didn't know that, that's an Idaho law. So that, it's a good point. For all of us that are in different areas, we don't know. Jessica Santiago, good to see you. Thanks for joining us, dear. So, Bobby J, good to see you as well. Great to have you guys. There's a lot of you guys jumping in here today. Welcome back. Angela and James 1, thank you for being here. So at this point, this is what we have received. I'm going to try to blow it up. And I can't see chat when I do this, so I'm not ignoring anybody, I promise you. And I'm here by myself today. So as we see in the district court of the second, 1 second, folks, of the second judicial district of the state of Ohio and for the county of Latah, state of Ohio. I always do this. Idaho versus Brian C. Kohberger, defendant. Okay. And here, let me adjust this so I can see it better and you can see it better too. My apologies, folks. Move that out of the way. Evie Marie, good to see you, dear. All right, blow it back up now. All right, Richard, no problem, brother. I hope you guys can see that okay. I'm trying. And it says, comes now, Brian C. Kohberger by through his attorney of record, Ann C. Taylor, the public defender, and hereby files notice in response to the demand for alibi and in compliance with Idaho Code 19-519 and Idaho Criminal Rule 12.1. Mr. Kohberger notes that Idaho Code 19-519.4 preserves his constitutional right to silence as well as to testify on his own behalf. Mr. Kohberger stands firm on his constitutional, this is so weird the way they set this up, on his constitutional right as well as statutory recognition of that night. Noteworthy is that an alibi indicates a line of proof by which the defendant attempts to show that he could not have committed the crime of which he is accused because he was, hold on, folks, he was somewhere else. He was elsewhere at that time. C.C. Borkelin alibi, moving forward here, sorry. Alibi defense, 27 Amjur proof of facts, 2D 431, 2023. A defendant's denial of the charges against him does not constitute an alibi, but as soon as he offers evidence that he was at some place other than where the crime of which he is charged was committed, he is raising the alibi defense. Mr. Kohberger's defense team continues investigating and preparing his case. Evidence corroborating Mr. Kohberger being at a location other than the King Road address will be disclosed pursuant to discovery and evidentiary rules, as well as statutory requirements. It is anticipated this evidence may be offered by way of cross-examination of a witness produced by the state, as well as calling expert witnesses. Dated this July 24th, 2023, and Taylor, public defender, and of course the certificate of delivery. And that is the form in itself right there, guys. And again, he stood silent, everyone, as I think a lot of us probably knew he was going to. I had a feeling he would. And I said it yesterday based on the fact that he already stood silent for his plea, So at that point, here we are. Now, with that being said, he states clearly in this that he is going to be bringing forth evidence as to where he was and that it wasn't there at some point. Okay, so he has an alibi, in my opinion. It's kind of crazy, folks. Let me see here. And I had a huge feeling. I was reading about this yesterday, seeing how he could handle this, okay? And at this point, I really did feel he was going to stand silent on the same scenario, same type thing. Welcome, Tanya Bond. Good to have you. Good to see you. And he's saying, Crosshatch, good to see you as well. And he's saying right here, he wasn't there. He was somewhere else. Anna says, or Anna, I'm sorry, Anna says that his car is exculpatory evidence. It wasn't there. Good point. So I'm very curious to see where he was. And if he's going to be somewhere, folks, that's not there, Katrina Miller, welcome, dear. If he's going to be somewhere else that wasn't there, he's going to have proof of it. And he's stating in here that he's going to be able to give that. And I'm real curious to see what that is. And I have a feeling, guys, it's going to be a bomb. Okay? Welcome, Nikki Anime. It's good to see you. I have a huge feeling it's going to be a bomb. And it's going to be something that he's going to be able to prove clearly. Or they're going to be able to prove clearly, in my opinion. Or I wouldn't think they would even put that out there. What's up? Thou shalt not kill. Rory's in the house. Good to see you, brother. Thanks for joining us today. That's right. Just like he did the first time. Stood silent to not associate with the crime again. And I cannot either, my friend. I can't wait. Sally Shepardson, thanks for joining us. Amber Rose, good to see you. New sub here from Arkansas. Awesome. Thanks for joining us. And there it is, folks. There it is. Like I think a lot of us have said. That's a good point there, Willie. I have a feeling that Bethany can help with that as well. I cannot put together in my mind what it is. Beach Life, please. Welcome. Good to see you. Samira Dalby, good to see you as well. I'm expecting it to be, welcome, Paula Litzen. Good to see you. I'm expecting it to be something big, folks, that he's going to have like massive proof of. The way that things have happened with this, obviously, this is a strategy, guys. Everything they're doing is a strategy. Okay. And I'm very interested to see how this plays out after the fact. Now, I can't say I'm a 10, so I'm pulling a Ken. Like, okay, I got you. War Eagle, what's up? Roll Tide Roll. Bobby J, good to see you. Social Butterfly, welcome. When is he supposed to share his alibi? Jameson, good to see you as well. Here's the thing, folks. If we're going to go for a trial, if you guys think it's going to make trial, I would venture to say then. Now, multiple people have said that they don't believe it's going to make it to trial. And I can almost agree with that in a sense because of the way things have happened. What's up, Bri? Good to see you, brother. Thanks for joining us today. And at that point, I don't think they're going to be able to contest with his alibi. And I just have a very strong feeling in my stomach right now after seeing this. Salty Sleuth, True Crime, good to see you. And Dizzy Duck, good to see you as well. Yeah, I just shared the document, Salty. Sorry, hun. Leslie Densley Watkins, good to see you. And I feel, yeah, that's exactly it right there. Thank you for saying that. No Nima Poppins, good to see you. Deborah Thompson, thanks for joining us. April Wine, good to see you. Wow, there's a lot of you guys in here today. Thank you so much for being here. And that's true, Elizabeth. The alibi is going to be checked out. We know that. Prosecution is going to be all over that. But I have a feeling it's going to be that strong. I really do. I have a feeling it's going to be that strong. And I'm sure there's people that are going to contest what I'm saying. They're going to argue with what I'm saying and call me a Kohberger lover, this, that, and everything else. And it's not about that. It goes to proof, folks. If this man is showing proof at some point that he has unconditional or whatever word I'm trying to figure out here to use, positive proof that he was at a different facility or a different place altogether and has a witness to it, some kind of a strong, which would be amazing if it was Bethany, alibi to prove that he was not at this house, it's going to blow this in half. You know that. You guys know that. It's going to blow this in half. And this is kind of a relief in a sense. Mrs. Lily C., good to see you. It's kind of a relief almost in a sense because we've been sitting here waiting on this. W. Smith, great to see you. They stated in this doc that they have a witness to corroborate the alibi. That's what I'm saying. Thank you, Mandy. Back it up here. Let me find it and show it to you guys again. It's so weird how they posted this, so it's hard to load it. Let me pull this up here one more time, guys, and reread something. I want you guys to hear it clearly. Yeah, Crystal, I'm a Brian lover because I want justice. Makes me a Brian Kohberger lover. Night moves. Good to see you. Mama 4, thank you for joining us. And that's a great point. And thank you, Mandy, first of all, for dropping that. But that's right there. Night move is what my issue is and what my worry is. Okay. So moving down to this again. Let me blow this up real quick, guys. And then again, if I can't see the chat, I'll get back to you. Dana Renee, thank you for joining us, dear. Okay, here we go. Now, God, it's hard to see this. It's driving me nuts. Okay, so right here it says Mr. Kohberger stands firm on his constitutional right as well as the statutory recognition of that right. Okay, remember verbiage, folks. Noteworthy is that an alibi indicates a line of proof by which the defendant attempts to show that he could not have committed the crime of which he is accused because he was elsewhere at the time. Okay, now. Okay, that's better. Where's the other part at? This thing keeps jumping in the way. Where the crime of which he was charged with committed, he is raising the alibi defense. Mr. Kohberger's defense team continues. We're going to look at. Okay. Evidence corroborating. Okay, here we go. His team continues investigating and preparing his case. Evidence corroborating Mr. Kohberger being at a location other than the King Road address will be disclosed. Okay, hear that again. Evidence corroborating Mr. Kohberger being at a location other than the King Road address will be disclosed. So there's evidence out there to support his alibi, folks. Period. Okay. And evidentiary rules as well as, will be disclosed pursuant to discovery and evidentiary rules as well as statutory requirements. It is anticipated, this is the best part right here. It is anticipated that this evidence may be offered by way of cross-examination of witnesses produced by the state, as well as calling expert witnesses. So what they're saying right there is that witnesses that the prosecution are putting up are going to be cross-examined by the defense, and they're going to give away where Brian was. So in turn, folks, I'm guessing that is Bethany. Okay, because the prosecution is going to call Bethany, but if she's carrying this exculpatory evidence, that is, to me, is what it's going to be, guys. I can't think anything other than that, okay? It makes perfect sense now. So again, there is proof that he was somewhere else, and it makes me wonder. It really makes me wonder. You know, we've all talked about this, you guys, a lot. What happened here in the chat? Noni plus. I lost what you were saying there, Noni. Sorry. That's what I'm saying, Gaya. It's gotta be. Mojo, good to see you. Welcome back. I see a lot of you guys haven't been here in a while. It's great to have you here. You know, Christina K, thank you for joining us. All this, Rosie, thanks for being here. All the drama, guys, is gone. Okay, and we're gonna keep it gone. So thank you for jumping back in. For those of you that haven't been here. Lady Speedwell, great to see you as well. Dizzy Duck, love the name. I'm kind of excited, you guys, and I'm not excited because I'm thinking that they're going to prove Brian innocent. That's not what I'm excited about. I'm excited because it seems to me like we're finally going to get some kind of truth. Okay. That's what it seems to me. Annie Ruler, thank you for being here. Not that Nikki, welcome back, dear. It seems to me as if we're going to finally get some damn truth. Okay. Oh, all right. Hold on 1 minute, guys. Let me slow the chat down, folks. Hold on. Sorry. I had a feeling I was going to have to. 1 second. All right. Boom. That should help here. All right. Let's see what happens. All right, guys. Let me know if that's good enough. Oh, well, I wasn't wasn't welcoming the drama to begin with. Original badass, good to see you, but it just has a tendency to jump in here. Oh, I slowed it down. I got it down there. Thank you, Cammy dear. Anyway, it was jumping in here regardless of whether I wanted it or not, guys. I can't control who comes in here sometimes. And then it started up. So we're handling it in a different way now. So it's all gone. And it's glad to have you guys. Glad to have you guys back. So and there it is, guys. Like I said, I'm excited. Swamp Side Chick, good to see you. I'm excited to think that we're gonna get some real truth now, guys. Period. Anything's possible. Anything is possible. Anything. Yes, ma'am, Miss Molly. Anything at all, guys. Like I said, that invisible table that I've had sitting here the whole time got all the stuff from this case laying on it. Excuse me. You who just said that, Rosie? You're right. That's a fact, and I'm waiting to see that too. But Dawn, welcome back. Good to see you. I don't know how anyone can be excited for you on here when nobody has proof. That's what I'm excited about, is to get some damn truth out of this. Finally, so that these 4 people can get the justice that they deserve. Okay, that gives me a little bit to be happy about. In this case, because it's time. Welcome back, Golf Inspector. Good to see you. Miss Brandy, the love of my life, my wife in there. Good to see you, darling. Thanks for jumping in. So yeah. That's true, Miss Leslie. That will mean that the killers are still out there, right? Well, we don't know that Brian is not. There she is. Good to see you, my dear. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it and love you so much. Miss you, and I can't wait to see you. Annette McMee, good to see you too. It's going to be his word against hers. Or is it? That's the thing. That's a good point. I'm glad you said that. Nina Kane, good to see you. Rach, good to see you. Where did that comment go? Where did it? AP, good to see you. Somebody just made a comment that it's going to be his word against hers. Is it though? Because she can't lie on stand, okay? And she already seems to have been nervous. I don't know what's going on here, guys. She already seems to have been nervous about this, okay? She didn't want to come back. She didn't want to testify. She didn't want this. She didn't want that. Well, she's not going to have a choice for the trial. A subpoena is a subpoena. Whether it's going to be video, whatever they're going to do, they're going to have it. And she's going to be cross-examined by Ann. Period. And that's what they're saying in this document, that proof is going to come out via somebody that's cross-examined by the defense. That's going to be the answer, guys. So I guess we are waiting till the trial, if the trial happens for sure. We got a new member here, by the way. Thank you, Miss Tanya Clements. Thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the sauce. Good to have you here. I was wondering that, Mojo. That's a great question. Will BK testify? That's a good question. She did make a statement, but there was also a whole interview that I believe that the defense had with her, which is why I think, remember when I told you guys, Mary P, it's okay. No worries, dear. Remember when I told you guys right when they did the secret indictment, how I said Bethany quashed the whole, testimony for the preliminary hearing that they hurried up and erased by doing the secret indictment. Well, um, that tells me a lot right there. A whole lot. What was that name there? From 156 on is a long time. Yeah. William Tardy, good to see you. Thank you, Miss Brandy. Appreciate that so very much. Where we at here? Stevie Irwin, my brother, good to see you. Flog, Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's dead. Floozy, okay. Thank you for joining us. And he has to testify. I would think he would too. I really would think that he would have to testify and should want to explain. You know what I'm saying? Congrats, Johnny Gobbles, dead floozy mother. A member for 2 months. Thank you for joining us and for being a member. Congratulations on that. I appreciate that. Then afterwards, did the alibi come out? It's not really an alibi. He stood silent on it, but states that he will provide the evidence to prove that he was not there at that house that night. Come time, the trial, which we're going to have to wait forever for, based on a cross-examination of a prosecution witness, an expert witness. That's something I'm curious about. Mikey CEIO, good to see you, bro. That's something I'm a little curious about, is a expert witness. Who could that be, folks? An expert witness has to be somebody that is like a profiler, for instance, or, something that, trying to think of how they could put this together with that. Melissa French, good to see you. Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate that. I'm thinking here, guys. I'm thinking here. I absolutely hope so. Lady Speedwell, I absolutely hope so. This is nothing but for them. Nothing but for them. Don't die, 509. Thanks for being in here. The Raging Cajuns in the house, folks. Thank you for being here, guys. All of you guys, thank you so much for being here today. I appreciate you guys. Patty Barnett, great to see you. AP, good to see you. That comment meaning, I honestly think that the DoorDash and the calls to Jack D does not mean they were alive. Oh, in regards to the timeline. Okay. Took me a minute. Altered Soul. Regardless, we are here for the proof. And the way this case has been conducted is atrocious. You are absolutely correct. 3-ring circus. And I am so over it. Rita Boston. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Yes, truth. Any medical well, here's the thing, folks. Let's think about this a little bit, okay? Just a little bit. If they're going to pull an expert witness, okay? Well, thank you, Michelle Mack. I appreciate that, dear. And thank you, Dinky. I appreciate you for that as well. And thank you all for being here, too. They are conducting the defense like a bomb. That's no lie. That's true. Well, we're about to get into that, Mama 4. There's some other things, too, going around that I want you guys to see that you may not have seen. T, good to see you. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. I'm just checking the chat to make sure I'm catching everything I can. So, oh, wait a minute. There was a new thing there. Casey? I think I saw that. Cricket, welcome back. Good to see you. Under review, great to see you. You guys are all in here. I appreciate you guys jumping in here with this for me today. With me for this today. Casey Dirkup. Okay. Didn't they use the 3:45 a.m. gas station car footage in the affidavit? No, it wasn't in the affidavit that I saw, that I remember. It was not. And they even said not to use that photo. Sunny days. What's up, sis? Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. You know, that's something they said not to use. That good reasoning why, but you know. And that's the other thing, folks, you got to remember is the private investigator that the defense has is the best. Period. He's the best. And Crossroads Accounting, welcome. Good to see you as well. We got 688 amazing people in here. You guys are rocking and rolling. I am super excited to have you guys all here. I still believe the indictment will be withdrawn. That's a good point, Patty. It's a good point. I'm curious. Colleen, oh, good to see you. No, Fry's wife, not coroner. She's oh yeah, no. Mrs. Fry is definitely not the coroner. She's the clerk of court. Kelly Coker, good to see you. I've missed some of you guys. I haven't seen a few. Mary P, I know you're late, but that's okay, dear. It's great to see you all in here. I appreciate you guys so very much. So, what does everybody think on this? Okay, you heard what I read to you, that he states that he's standing silent on this. It's constitutional right, okay? But at the same time, he's stating, I will be basically bringing proof to you of where I was and the fact that I wasn't at that house based on cross-examination of prosecution witnesses and expert witnesses. This is what he's stating. That's going to be his burden of proof for this, okay? I'd like to know what you guys think at this point. I'm curious. And what I'm going to do, I wasn't going to do this, but I noticed some people were saying some things in the Discord. Saltzilla, good to see you. I'm going to go one at a time, two at a time. I'm going to allow you guys to pop up here and throw out your thoughts. There's the doctors in the house. Good to see you, Doc Terry. Thanks for being here. He doesn't have proof. He's just trying to debunk. What do you mean he's trying to debunk? He wouldn't be able to state that, Don, if he didn't have something. They wouldn't put that in the document. That was a statement that he made, that he is going to be able to show proof. Sarah Sweetness, good to see you. Okay. That's not something, because every statement that's made is stated while under oath. Michigan, good to see you as well. Latte, welcome. Good to have you too. Latte says he will absolutely not testify. Michael Wimmer, good to see you, bro. Miss Kim, thank you for being here. He gave an alibi. So what I'm doing, guys, is I want your thoughts on this today, okay? But like I said, 1 to 2 at a time, quick 3 to 5 minute conversations if we can do it. I'm going to pin the link in chat. I can probably bring a couple of you up at one at a time, and then we can just talk so we don't talk over each other. Okay, because I'm curious to see, and there's a couple of people that said they wanted to voice some thoughts on this earlier, so I'm going to allow you guys to do that. We're not going to have any drama, any arguing. We're going to respect each other as we always have. End of story. 1 second here, and there is the link. It is pinned in chat. By the way, I wanted to thank anyone in here that donated to Miss Molly's nephew's GoFundMe. You guys are amazing. It helped in a lot of ways. So thank you all so very much from the bottom of my heart and from Molly. It's absolutely amazing. So thank you. Okay, guys, there's a link pinned in the chat. You guys are welcome. Don Wassel, thank you for joining us. Budford, good to see you. So anybody that wants to share their thoughts on this, their feelings about this, what you guys think about this, come on up here and let's hear it. Come on. You guys have the floor. You have the ability to express your feelings If you want to talk about a couple other things with it, please do. Good to see you, Miss Carolyn. The alibi is that he stood silent and is saying that he will bring evidence. The only thing okay, good job, Michael. You showed me your face. You don't have to keep it up there, buddy. Just wanted to see it backstage. Come on up, friend. Welcome, brother. Good to see you.
Hi, thanks.
Absolutely. Welcome.
I've never been on a YouTube show.
No, well, I'm glad that I'm the first one for you. It's great to have you here. Thank you for jumping up here. Like I said, I'm going to have everybody speak a little bit about what they feel on this. I'm going to give everybody like 3 to 5 minutes to go ahead and talk about it. That way we can roll people through. But I'm glad to have you here, brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate wanting to hear what you have to say.
Well, thank you.
Absolutely.
I joined the investigations and everything on these social media investigations late.
Okay.
But I've reviewed tons of stuff and joined a few YouTube sites.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
But I think I have a critical thinking mind. But
Good stuff.
I'm coming now from the idea that they don't have much evidence. I don't believe that they're hiding another secret bomb.
You're talking about prosecution, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
I think they would have to, because I reviewed some lawyers who were talking about it, and they said, "Hey, he has Sixth Amendment rights." So I've been trying to state that inside of some of the chat rooms.
Sure. Yes, absolutely.
So unless there is something really huge that takes that away, it just doesn't seem reasonable. I think they were frustrated. I've also made comments that, hey, it seems like the police, the LE, are watching social media and talking about things transpiring in our world, and that's just really weird. So,
right, I agree.
That's it in a nutshell. I don't think they have any evidence. I think it's starting to become clear he didn't enter the property at all. So that's why I typed that.
It seems that way to me as well. Welcome, Catherine Christensen, by the way. I would think, in my opinion, I may be wrong. I'm not saying what I say has to stand, right? But in my opinion, I think if they had something big, that they would have blown it already to make sure. You know what I'm saying? That's my thought. There's a lot of people that disagree with that, and that's okay. I respect that. I respect everybody's opinions.
Yes.
But yeah, I think that's the whole, in my opinion, that's the whole strategy they're using, is they were putting these things out and dropping the things the way she's doing to force the prosecution maybe to drop whatever they have.
Yeah.
They haven't done it. You know, I think that when she dropped the documentation, or when in the hearing they had about him having no DNA or any of that on any of his belongings or anything, that was big. And I think I told everybody I expected the prosecution to drop something bigger. Nothing happened. And that's what tells me that's why I agree with you. So
yeah, it's starting to seem like that original timeline that originated with the family. I heard just yesterday, Mr. Steve Gonsalves.
Yep.
So, I think it's tragic that, Brian doesn't seem to be the most evolved guy in the world, but you can't violate his rights. You just can't do it, because they would do it to all of us. I've seen police lie in my life, or just be so stubborn about an opinion that it comes off as a falsehood.
Yes, sir. I absolutely agree with you.
And sometimes it feels like, I know we don't know what's going on, but it feels like some of us are the only ones standing up.
Mm-hmm.
And we're discovering things like the white Elantra, not Elantra, that you guys just discovered and published last night. I was just like, oh my gosh, they're totally right. We have been believing that was a car by Dunkin' Donuts or whatever gas station for all this time. So I'm thinking that way about the sheath. The sheath seems to be a false photo, because it immediately got us all thinking of, like, I was envisioning in my own mind Brian standing by the bed and taking the knife out, and oops, I left it.
Yeah, and it's hard to believe that, isn't it?
Yeah.
With this man's education and background, I found it almost impossible to believe that he did that. Okay.
Yeah.
And then when you read the PCA and you read that they were standing by the door and they noticed it, even though it was under a body and under a blanket, they noticed it from the doorway. That's another issue I have with it. So,
yes, I heard you say that recently, and I agree. It's like there's too much CYA in there.
yes.
It's like, you know, it's a nickname. I nicknamed it just yesterday, the underneath sheath.
Right.
Like what
Yeah.
the heck? It was kind of underneath, not really, you know, and then no bio evidence on that either. So
Yeah.
it doesn't make any sense.
No,
So
I agree.
maybe in a octillion to one chance it stayed clean. You know, it just things aren't adding up, and I
agree.
So in conclusion, I'll say I support you guys. Thanks for letting me talk, and you've got my support going forward.
Absolutely, and thank you so very much, my friend. I appreciate you.
All right.
By the way, folks, that's Michael Wimmer that jumped up there to speak his mind, and thank you, Mike. I appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, Michael.
You're welcome.
All right, have a good day, sir. What's up, Chains? And what do we got? Big Dirty up here too. What's going on?
Hey, everybody.
What's going on?
What's up? What did you have to say, Miss Chains?
I just want to bring it to everybody's attention. Remember, there was that accident that happened over there in Pullman that morning.
The hit and run, yes.
So that could be an alibi, per se.
Very much so. Yes, he could have been trapped in his apartment.
That.
Okay. Yep. Here's the thing, folks, and this is just from experience. I'm going to say this real quick. A hit and run accident is not the police come up, take a report, and leave. It's something that takes time. Okay. I don't know who or if anyone was hurt, you know, but there's that too. Welcome, Bad Wolf. But it takes time. So, you know, we got to look at the time span on that, see how long it lasted, what it was all about. He very well could have been trapped in his apartment and not able to get out. Okay. And that right there itself would mean they would have an expert witness to talk about that scenario, which is something that is said in that document. Okay.
That's right.
There was Dream Suburb says, what accident? There was a hit and run accident in front of his apartment complex where he lives at that morning when all that happened. Do you remember the exact time, Chains?
Yes, it was around 11:30 p.m. 2 people were injured, hit the fire hydrant and broke it, so water was everywhere.
Right. So again, what's up, Molly?
So we know his car wasn't damaged.
What's that, buddy?
I said, so we know his car wasn't damaged, so it wasn't him that was in the hit and
run. Right. No, not at all, because we've seen the car since then. So yeah, I agree.
Right.
And the car drove home, so on and so forth. So on be it, you know, but like I said, he very well could have been trapped. You know what I'm saying? He may have not been able to get out of that complex. We don't know that yet. That could be what it is.
Right.
You are right.
What's up, man?
It could be. What's up, Kate? Good to see you.
So let me ask you something. So if he has an alibi that'll free him, why wouldn't he come forward now and do it and get out of jail?
Well, because he can't just get out of jail.
Yeah, no, they're not just gonna.
You can't just unarrest him. He's got to go through a whole process.
Yeah.
A whole court thing.
Of course, but he's delayed. If he had an alibi, then he would want to get it started right away. He would want to get it started right away and get out of jail. I mean, it could be 5 years before this thing goes to trial.
Oh yeah,
he's going to sit. He's going to sit in jail for 5 years with an alibi that could free him.
Well, my opinion with this, I think the speedy trial is going to happen.
Well, I mean, pushing it back. We'll see. I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't.
No, I don't think so.
No.
I think. Here's what I think, man. I think he's guilty, first of all.
Okay.
But I also think the best. Well, and I think the best that Ann Taylor can do is to save his life. I don't think she has any chance of winning this case. I don't think she can win this case.
She has a huge chance, and here's why. Okay. If you take the touch DNA out of the PCA, they don't have enough for an arrest.
You're right.
Right.
That's bad.
You're right. But did they take it out of the PCA?
No, I'm just stating a fact. If you take the touch DNA out of the
Right,
PCA,
right.
they didn't have enough for an arrest, not to convict.
Right.
I'm saying an arrest. Now you throw the touch DNA in there, and now they're going to take that to trial because that's all we know so far.
Right.
All they have.
Exactly. All we know for 100% is what's in the PCA.
Yeah.
All the other stuff,
yeah.
all the Bethany knows stuff, and
the only
Dylan
reason
knows stuff.
the only reason I have the
I
assumption.
mean, we don't
in
know
my
any of that
opinion-
as fact, right?
No, but again, the reason I have the assumption of Bethany being involved in his alibi is because they never mentioned that there was no connection. They mentioned no connection to the victims, but they never mentioned no connection to the surviving roommates.
Exactly.
Which leaves that door open.
Right.
That's key. That's key.
Well, and that is key, but also Bethany may not know anything. What if Bethany wasn't even there?
Well, then that's a problem because she
It
said she
is.
was.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Bethany
That's what I'm
stated that
saying. I mean, you can look at it both ways. I mean, she may not have anything to offer.
That's true too.
And,
Yeah.
you know, she just may be a victim that could have had her life taken. You know what I mean?
But
And to be a young female and to think that you were, go ahead.
I was just going to say, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, but if she has nothing to
No, you're
offer,
good.
why would they make it a point to put it out there that they wanted her to testify so bad at the preliminary, and then she quashed it? It was a big deal. You remember that? She was like petrified to come back here, whatever. So now, then they ran for that indictment as soon as they got the ability to go have a conversation with her. You see what I'm saying?
Right. But if you think about it, if you're Ann Taylor,
yeah,
you have to go every avenue there is possible in order to try and get your client off.
Yes.
What, you know, even if she didn't know that Bethany knew something, she knows Bethany's not mentioned in the PCA. So I'm going to go talk to her. I'm going to go see what she knows. Maybe she's got something that will get my client off. Maybe not.
Yes. Yes.
So, I mean, she has to attack the police officers. She has to attack the investigation.
But she can also attack the timeline. Here's the biggest problem I'm seeing with this. Here's the biggest problem I'm seeing. You could put so many people at the scene. It's unbelievable. Okay. So I mean, let's just count a couple. So you have the 3 DNAs, you have the DoorDash driver, you have the guy who was summoned there from Dylan. You have, you know, I'm sure 2-3 other people we can, you know, mention. And those are, and what that call, you know, that is reasonable doubt. So Ann's going to bring all that to a 12-person unbiased jury, and they have to believe with beyond a reasonable doubt that it was Brian KOHBERGER. So again, having the timeline contradict itself, and then having that factor, and then factoring in them not even being able to put him in the house because they can't 100%.
Well, as of right now,
as of right now, for what we know, But
what if his DNA is on every victim?
Well, then, 100%. I agree. But then why would they come forward with the touch DNA?
We don't know that yet. But
why would they come forward?
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. Say that again, Big Dirty. You said, what is on every victim?
I said, what if his DNA is on every victim?
You're talking about Brian?
Because absolutely. Yes, Brian.
They said that it wasn't, though. They claimed that in the statement that it's not.
No, that's not been given fact.
Okay.
That's not been given fact. The PCA is the only thing that's given fact, and that wasn't on the PCA.
But why wouldn't they use that in the PCA as a strong evidence to get an arrest?
Because at the moment, all they had was what was on the knife sheet.
Why?
Because they had to get extensive DNA testing done.
But they could still get the
DNA
from the
dog hair.
Fingernails.
I mean, look at all the list of items they got from his apartment. He didn't have animal
tied to him though. None of it. It's stated none of it's tied to him.
What stated that none of it's tied to him?
Their evidence that they brought forward states that there's no connection whatsoever. None in the house, none in the car.
That's not in the PCA. That's not in the PCA. That's what I'm saying. We can't go by what we're hearing because hearsay is not what's on the PCA.
Okay, but
until we know more, the PCA was just enough to arrest you.
But the document,
you know what I'm saying?
The defense documents are just as good as a PCA because they have to be true and to form. Okay.
Well, they don't necessarily have to be true. That's not all.
Documents. They were in court documents.
Are they going to just lie?
No. I understand that. But to claim something on a document just because it's in court doesn't mean that it's actual fact.
Everything
that's
that's
around with his
from
life
the
on the line?
apartment and everything came back, but there's no evidence
I
to
know what he's
him.
saying, and he is right. It does. She could be lying, is what it is. Okay, if she is lying, then she's going to have to face that. But
Exactly.
you want to believe that
I'm not saying, Dago, I'm not saying that she's lying on purpose. I'm saying that's her tactic. She has to cast doubt. She has to cast doubt in jury members.
Defense attorney, yeah.
She's defending her client. She has to make it look like there's something here that's not adding up.
Yeah,
well,
but
it doesn't mean it's fact.
I just don't know how, like I said, and again, this is no disrespect to you, but I don't know how you can look at everything that she has as far as ammunition goes and thinks that she doesn't have a solid defense here.
Okay, but how? All right, let me ask you this. What about bleaching his car?
Let me say one. Go ahead, Willie. Go ahead.
I was just saying, you know, his car. Do they have his plate? Do they have his face in the car? They don't have him in the car. They have a video of a car turning around. There's 22,000 white Elantras. So if you can't put him in the car 100%, you can't put him in the house 100%. I mean,
do you know that? Do you know that for sure?
No, but from what we know so far, I do.
Well, no. All we know is what's in the PCA. That's my whole point. We don't know what's on the.
Well, that's fine. I mean, we know a lot about the LISK. We know a lot about LISK, right? We know all the searches, everything about that guy. But yet over here,
absolutely,
this PCA is
absolutely all you know is because you got to understand. All we can use is what's in the PCA. But my thing is what I was going to get at was
the discovery is just as important. The discovery is just as important.
It is. Now
I understand that, but here's something I want to ask.
Let me say this.
Here's something I want to ask.
Go ahead.
1 second. We are going to have different oppositional views on this. This gentleman has a different view than some of us do. And I want everybody to respect that. And that goes for anybody. I don't want anybody to go upset with each other because, you know, there's things that he's saying that do make sense. There's things that Willie's saying that make sense and things that James is saying that make sense. We're all going to have oppositional views on this, and that's okay. That's what this is all about. Okay.
Absolutely.
I'm saying that.
Can I explain why? Can I explain to you why I feel the way I feel?
Absolutely, please do. That's what it's all about, brother.
Here's the thing: if I'm innocent, I'm not going to go and take my garbage out of my own parents' house, put it in bags, take it to my neighbor's house. I'm not going to clean my car with bleach. There's Armor All. There's all kinds of ways to clean your car. I'm not going to wear gloves to
I think the bleach is speculation, if I'm not mistaken.
It's pure speculation. There was no proof on that. The garbage thing, that's different. But what if he knew they were onto him and that he was being followed and he was trying to avoid a situation? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think paranoia. I think he knew when they released the white Elantra was what did they say? Peoples inside this car have information.
Right.
I think he knew right then. Shit, they're on.
Well, yeah. I mean,
they at least know what kind of car I drive. So then all of a sudden he starts doing all this stuff.
But then why not sell it?
That would be questionable, wouldn't it?
He went to the doctor's appointment. He went to here.
But think about it. Your DNA's on the scene, and then all of a sudden you sell your car.
And he left all his
why not?
Well, let me ask you a question. Big Dirty, I guess, or just Dirty,
sure.
Whatever. If they have, let's say, for instance, you were right, and they have his DNA all over the victims, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why would they not use that as for his arrest rather than some pathetic transfer DNA that they had on a sheath?
Thank you.
Well, and like I said, that could all be timeline. You know what I'm saying? Like autopsies, things like that. It was quicker to get DNA from the sheath back than it was from the bodies.
A touch DNA.
But why would a grand jury indict a man without proper evidence?
We don't know that.
You're setting yourself up for a big time lawsuit.
Because a grand jury will indict anybody. There's no opposite.
Correct.
I understand that, but you also have law enforcement in Idaho. You have campus law enforcement. You have FBI, state police.
Yeah.
All these people that are involved, they're all dirty. Not one person would be a whistleblower.
No.
Wait a minute, you guys are framing this innocent man. We need to come forward. I need to make this right. But nobody's saying that.
It may not necessarily be that, though. It could be that there were, which I know is hard to believe, okay, that there's mistakes that were made, which I do believe there were.
Oh,
you know,
I don't doubt that.
Yeah, and the PCA there's certain things about the PCA that I truly believe are I don't want to say untrue, but that are not
lining
up. I guess that's a good play. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I did slow chat, by the way, guys. If it needs to be done again, let me know. But again, I still feel like I haven't seen. I don't understand if they're going to arrest this man, why it took so long to do that, first of all. Second of all, why they're only using this little piece of DNA if you have all this other stuff. Because if you're going to, the arrest would be solid and constitutional 100% if they had all that, do it that way, rather than using something that the FBI themselves said not to use. They said not to use this. You know what I mean? So that's the
now
issue.
in the PCA, they claim that they have video, right?
Kind of.
Very
yeah,
little.
A little bit, yeah.
I mean, they took the neighbor's video.
But here's the problem I have there.
They have to be. And think about it. What if they show an Elantra that's only got one license plate?
But that's fine because Zanny didn't have a
front license plate. Does that narrow it down?
Not too much. But you gotta understand, in my opinion, they don't have his plate. They don't have a shot of his face because if they did, he would have been arrested a week or two after the fact. They checked all those cameras.
Yeah, and because they would have found that car long before they did.
You know what I mean? Photo is what they exactly.
And they never seen him go in and out of that house either.
Because his phone was off. They're saying, "Yep."
Here's the other thing with that, buddy. That bothers me is that if let's say you're right, and in a little bit of a sense, but you heard Fry himself when we watched that. I don't know if you were in here with me to watch it, but I'm sure you've seen it when they showed the press conference on it.
I've been following day one. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That we need to speak to the persons in that vehicle about what went on that night. Okay. Persons. Yeah. That was the first way
he said person or persons. Yeah. Which means they couldn't see inside the car.
Right. So that
to see if there was anybody else. Right.
And that car, we know there's 22,000 of them. That car, we know, could be anybody's car that we've learned with anybody in it. But I just definitely don't think that they have a picture of him in the car at that house because they would have grabbed him in the end of November if they would have done way before that. You know what I'm saying?
Have you? Yeah. Have you guys looked up the specs on a 2015 Elantra?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
You should do a thing on that and see what's inside that motor and how they can track that vehicle. Because I think that's going to come up. That's going to come up.
His car doesn't have the GPS capability. His car is not going to be able to be tracked.
It does.
It
does on a 2015. Look it up, man.
Only the upgraded version, and his was not the upgraded version.
Yeah, he has the standard LE. He doesn't have SE model.
Yeah, I'm going to hop down so Angela can hop in. It was nice talking to you guys. I'm going to give him my opinion.
Buddy, thanks for coming over.
Have a good day.
Yeah, he has the standard like roll up window type thing. The basic mod.
Right. Yeah, I pulled.
Whoa, buddy, that was loud.
That was crazy.
I don't know what that noise is, bud, but that's really, really loud. Welcome, Angela.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Is that noise gone? Hold on a minute. Okay, we're good. All right. Was there anything else you wanted to add to that, Dirty?
No. I just think he acted guilty from day one, and
okay,
we'll see. I mean, I think there's a lot more evidence than we know.
And that can also
anyway, thanks for having me on. I'll let somebody else.
Oh no, absolutely. Thank you for expressing your views, brother. I appreciate it and I respect it. Thank you.
Yep. All right, man. Have a good one.
All right,
there you go. Andrew, we'll say this and then I'll step off too.
Oh, okay.
Remember, there's a Giglio too in place.
Yes, there is. Absolutely.
So remember that. And now I'm going to step down. Y'all have a good day.
Bye, Chains.
Bye, honey.
Your views as well, and welcome, Angela. I know you had some stuff you wanted to say.
Yeah, man, it's just frustrating because I feel like a lot of people kind of want to have things like both ways. So Dylan can't be in a frozen shock phase, but also sleep for 8 hours.
Right.
That blows my mind. Brian Kohlberger can't be a PhD student that's so smart but make all these stupid mistakes. He was caught on cameras in Moscow, right? Or not, none in Moscow, but like wasn't seen on anything in Pullman either. Or I forgot how that went one way or the other, but he avoided cameras on one area, but didn't avoid cameras in the other area. It's
very hard. You're right. It's very frustrating. We've all been through this. You're right. Absolutely.
Right. And to kind of just, and I know the guy that was just on, I missed his name, the one with the dog.
A Big Dirty. Yeah.
Okay. When he was talking about how we don't know Ann Taylor's filings as fact, in my opinion, all court filings hold the same amount of weight. So if you're going to believe every single thing in the PCA, like a quote unquote officer of the court, so attorneys, judges, all of that, they're held to an ethical standard. They cannot intentionally lie.
And that's my thought, because that endangers her job. You know, that she works for the state, and it would just be a bad look. It would be I'm sure she's not going to put her job on the line. I just slowed it down for the third time, guys. It's at 90 now. I hope that's good. I'll keep doing it though. Let me know. I can't imagine her putting her job on the line just for this guy. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. To knowingly lie on top of that, you know, I mean, if she didn't know either way, she wouldn't have even put that in her filing. If she didn't know, if she wouldn't even bring that up, because she wouldn't know what the state could come back with. And if there was evidence of DNA in the car or his office or the home or on the victims, I'm sure that would have been responded to and corrected by the state. They came back with nothing.
You're right. And here's the thing. If the state were to be able to prove that she lied about what she said about there not being any DNA, the state would know that. The state knows it before she does. Okay. Mm-hmm. So they're gonna say, okay, that's not true. Right. In court, they're gonna say that's not true. We have proof. Here it is. It's that. Sorry, but this is the truth. Here it is. You know, you can't say no, that there was no DNA on this, that, or anything else. So that's what I'm saying. Absolutely. So, you know, that's another side. You have to look at it that way, folks. That the state already knows what the defense is going to put out. They know it. They have to know it. That's how they work. Yeah. So, you know, the only people that can lie about these things and get away with it, in my opinion, would be the defendant and or possible law enforcement in some senses. Whether it's, and I don't want to say lie, maybe misuse the truth.
Stretch the truth.
Let's try to be nice with it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Thank you, Angela. That's perfect. So, and it is, guys, this is frustrating. This case is beyond frustrating. I've had drama issues. I've gotten sick, folks, physically sick. No sleep. You know, we've gone round and round. My moderators have had issues. We've all had issues. We all have. And I want to tell you guys one thing. Whether you think Brian's guilty or you think Brian's innocent, or you're like we are and you're on the fence and you want to see the proof that Brian's guilty or whoever's guilty, I have to say that I love the passion that you all have. And I love you all as human beings for having the passion that you have to want justice in this case, one side or the other.
Absolutely.
And there's 850 people in here I'm saying this to, because this is what we need in society, folks. We have to be real. We got to put truth out there, regardless of who did it. I've been saying this forever. If Brian did this, damn it, then put him to death. But show me that he did it first. That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely. And, you know, I think that just like, you know, a lot of people are, you know, well, they could have more. There's evidence we don't know. The same can be said for the defense. There's, in my opinion, they're being very tight-lipped about what their defense strategy is going to be, as they should be. You know, it blows my mind when you look at the Long Island serial killer, and granted, they were following him for a very long time. You know, the amount of evidence just in that bond document was, you know, mind-blowing. But, you know, they put this case together against Brian Kohlberger really in a matter of weeks. And my opinion is just immense pressure from the school to get, someone convicted, to, kids to come back. That funds their economy.
The kids were coming back to school in January, and I honestly feel they can't afford to not have that income. They can't afford to not
100%.
have their kids there. Neither can the city, folks, because the city, the income comes from the college. That's why the city exists. Okay. Yep. And it's, they all work together to make things happen. There was a lot of pressure, and we know that. Okay. Not to mention that the families wanted somebody in custody. Okay. That's a lot of pressure on law enforcement. I get it. I feel bad for them in that sense, but I'm not saying they just grabbed the first everyday Joe that was walking down the street, but it doesn't make sense. It can't.
I personally think that they probably, they had a ton of leads. They found one that they could kind of make the evidence fit with, and then worked backwards from there, versus starting in the beginning and letting evidence lead you to a suspect.
Yeah.
Or to the person, right? They got their suspect and worked backwards. What can we do to make fit? Oh, and another thing that I don't understand, and maybe you can help me with it, but
I can try.
Thank you. So
I'll try my best, I promise.
In the PCA, right? They're using the ancestry DNA, the IgG stuff. That was used to help obtain an arrest warrant. They now got the arrest warrant, and then there was additional evidence, DNA collected, whatever else after that. Yes. Now, if they're wanting to throw out the IgG and from evidence, I personally feel like everything after that would have been fruit of the poisonous tree, almost like, how can you, how is that important enough to obtain an arrest? Well, now you have your arrest, and you're like, well, that doesn't matter anymore because we got better stuff now, or different stuff. Well, you won't even had that. So that's what they're kind of challenging, right? With the challenging the indictment. Do we know exactly what they are challenging?
Yeah, well, it's almost like they took a chance with this sheath thing, okay? And that way they could hurry up and get him in custody, okay? And they did. And then they threw it out because the FBI told them not to use it to begin with. So, yeah, I mean, what you're saying is essentially they were trying to, they're well, I mean, I guess it happens in a lot of cases too. They do what they got to do to get it to happen, to get him in custody, we'll just say with this scenario, and then whatever they can find afterwards to throw at him to make it stick. Yes, absolutely. And it just seems like there's nothing sticking. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I agree with that. It says in a lot of ways, because there isn't. I want somebody to tell me one thing that sticks to this that Brian did.
If there's all this video evidence of his car and all the, where's the video evidence of him in the car, of his license plate, of him going into the house? This is end of 2022.
This man has a decade of education in this exact thing. And he took his own car and left one license plate on it instead of taking two off. He took his phone with him. He left the weapon sheath on scene. He none of this makes sense to me. And there's no DNA on anything he owns.
And how can there only be a skin cell on the snap itself, but nowhere else? So for there to be touch DNA left on the metal snap, that would have to indicate that he did not have gloves on. So then it doesn't make sense. Did he take his gloves?
Especially a germaphobe going to commit a crime is going to not take gloves off. I'm sure he's going to double glove, to be honest with you.
Sure.
So that's my thought. It's definitely something like, what's the deal with that?
Just very, very frustrating. If people are, well, he turned his phone off during the crime. Well, if he had the thought process to do that, he would have just left his phone at home during the crime.
I agree.
Like he's not.
I agree. Melissa says, to be fair, how do you know they don't have that? And I can say I don't
have what?
That's what. Hold on one second. I will be right back, guys. I'm sorry. There's not.
Okay. I'm going to look at chat because I don't. Hold on.
All right. Sorry about that. Sorry. And again, Melissa, you says, to be fair, how do you know they don't have that? Which part are you talking about, hun, exactly?
I think she might be talking about video of Brian going, in the car, going into the home. And she's right. They might have it, but
don't you think
we would have known by now?
Yeah, I think we would have seen it like right off the.
I think with how much money the state is pouring into this case on both sides.
Oh, yeah.
If the prosecution had a solid case with all of this incredible evidence, they would say, here, this is what we got. Do you want to take a plea and just cut to the chase? Or, do you want to take this to trial? And and risk the firing squad? That's just my opinion, though. I could be wrong.
To go into a little bit more to what Melissa asked, I think that if you would have had visual evidence of this man pulling in, let's just say they have a video from the neighbor's house, 1112 or whatever that address is, okay, of him pulling in to the parking lot, getting out of his car and walking into the house, and then walking back out 25, 30 minutes later, getting in his car and leaving. I think they would have used that way earlier than December, what was it, 19th that he was arrested? Maybe like within days, okay, and he would have been in custody and arrested, and this would have all been way different if they would have had something like that. Why would you hold on to that if you have that? They would use that, something like that, I think, to make the arrest. PCA. Okay, right, and it's not in there. It's not in there. His name's not in that PCA at all. Okay, that doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not trying to be rude. I respect what you think, Melissa. I absolutely do. Okay, it doesn't make sense to me, because if you have something that strong, you're going to use some little pathetic piece of, 20 or whatever it is, skin cells to arrest this kid when you have that. That's just not, to me, that's not common sense, on their part. But, and why would they be, sorry guys, I dropped something. Why would they hold on to something like that too, knowing, if, here's the deal, if the defense came out and said, okay, there's no DNA of Brian Kohberger's on, or any of the victim's DNA on anything that Brian owns, if they did have something like that, I would think that that's when the defense would go, well, we have him here getting in and out of the car, his car, him, everything, going in and out of the house. They didn't do that though. Okay. They're still not doing that. What are they waiting on?
Well, a lot of that would have been taken care of the prelim hearing if we were able to have one of those. Yeah,
and they would have allowed to have that prelim hearing if they had something like that, in my opinion. Sorry, I didn't say it right, but yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. But generally, majority of cases, that's what the state does first. They go to a grand jury first, but they drug this out to the last minute. I think maybe they had intentions of going to the preliminary hearing until they found out the defense wanted to call Bethany.
And yes.
Yep. And then they just, to me, that's too much of a coincidence. Bethany has to know something, in my opinion, and the state probably knows it as well, but like they say, you can indict a ham sandwich. It's not hard to get an indictment.
Yes, I agree.
It's really not, because you're hearing one side, so I'm curious to know what parts of the indictment, or what parts, what happened in the grand jury, what they were presented with, if it was more than what was in the PCA, and what exactly they're challenging. Because like I said, I mean, money rules everything, and they're pouring a ton of money into this. And if they had all of this evidence, they would put it in front of him and say, do you want to take a plea of life or take your chances at trial with the firing squad? And it's not there. It's not there.
Anybody I think anybody that knows that they're guilty and feels that they don't have a case faced with the death penalty is going to take a plea. Okay.
Yep.
Nothing. He stood silent, and he's taking this all the way to the bank, as far as I'm concerned. So that tells me a whole lot. Okay. You have a lot of confidence for some reason, and I just don't see that confidence in the prosecution. I'm sorry, folks. I don't, but that doesn't mean that there isn't none. Okay.
Right.
And Molly said that she wanted to see, I'm sorry, I didn't get to say it before it changed comments, but she wanted to see the proof that he was at that coffee shop there in Washington. I'd like to see that as well. And then Patricia Mushka said that they also handpicked the grand jury. That's another thing I've had.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's kind of a red flag for me. And it kind of bugs me a little bit.
Yeah, I did not know that.
Mm-hmm.
That's, yeah. I mean, everything from the timeline to the 2 surviving roommates, and you'd mentioned it before, and you're absolutely right. If it was 2 male surviving roommates, they would be completed or treated completely differently. It's mind blowing to me how they're not suspects number 1 and 2, or why they were. I shouldn't say suspects 1 or 2, but they were almost instantly cleared. Like, that was a red flag to me to begin with. Like, they didn't. It's like they barely even investigated them. And we've heard a little bit from Dylan, but we've heard not. I mean, Bethany has been dead silent this whole entire time. She's not named in the PCA, other than the fact that, you know, she was there, but like nothing else. No other speculation about her. No one saying anything other than she could possibly have exculpatory evidence. So that doesn't add up. The timeline doesn't add up. The no videos doesn't add up. And now, yes, there could be more that we don't know. But what we are going on right now, if I am on a jury, there's absolutely no way I'm voting guilty. Absolutely no way. Like, not a chance.
Right.
And I don't know how anyone could. I mean, we are going to have to wait for, you know, trial if it makes it there. But
yes,
I've seen way too many corrupt law enforcement personnel in my life, more than I'd like to admit. So maybe I'm a little biased, but I don't just take their word as gospel. I just don't.
Well, we've also had too many issues with this law enforcement. You know,
Right.
The defense themselves called for training records on 3 officers alone, and we looked into, you know, what I always forget his name, the Idaho State police officer, you know, why he was called into question. Well, that's a good reason to look at that, because that's not good what he did. Okay.
Right.
So, you know, in the fact that he's involved in this case, that's a problem for me. So yeah, I agree with that.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna.
Yep.
Oh, wait a minute. No, go ahead, hon. I'm trying to type something else. Anybody else that wants to jump up here, I got space, so come on up, right along with Angela. And you can, if you have anything else, Angela, you can say it as well as you want to, hon.
I appreciate it. No, I just kind of wanted to get that off. I mean, between Twitter and YouTube and all of the just chatter, I've found myself recently watching a lot of attorneys because just by nature, they're very fact driven. And, you know, it kind of provides a little bit of balance. Yes. We are very emotionally invested in this, as we should be, right? As human beings. Like, it's been however long now that we've been following this case. These all feel like our kids.
Yeah.
And we just want justice, because
that's it.
Listen, at the end of the day, if Brian's guilty, okay, and because the state did a poor job investigating and he gets off on a quote unquote technicality, that's not justice. And if he is innocent and gets sent, you know, to death row, that's not justice either, because the real killers are out there.
That's it. And the sad part, guys, here's the thing. I have a feeling, and Sunflower, that's a great point. I agree with you. And by the way, guys, I'm starting a poll real quick. And it's real simple. Will Brian's alibi exonerate him? Vote away, folks. Here's my thought, okay? If Brian, say he does get off, okay, he's exonerated for this or whatever you want to call it, okay? It's over. It's over. There's not, in my opinion, it's done. That he's done. Who did this then? I don't think they're gonna put the time into finding who really did this.
Well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if they do, it's gonna be a long, drawn out, cold case.
Yep.
And we're never gonna get the actual truth. That's the problem. Okay. Thank you. That's what I'm saying, Dream Suburb. They will never have the real killers. And that's sad, that's scary, and that should not be what happens. That's not true justice for these kids, for their families. God, I can't even imagine what their families would have to go through after that. You know what I mean?
And plus, after the state fighting so hard trying to pin this on Brian, if he gets off and they go after someone else, they now look like idiots. They're not credible, right?
Nobody Right. Nobody's ever going to trust that any of those law enforcement agencies ever again.
Correct. If I would be sitting on that second, if I'm a juror on that second trial, and I'm like, well, you guys screwed it up the first time. How do I know you're not screwing it up this time? And got the wrong people this time.
Yes, ma'am. Anything that happens after this, they're going to be looked at as Keystone cops. They're not going to trust them. They're not at all. Would you? I wouldn't.
Absolutely not.
I would not. And I guarantee you certain law enforcement officials will lose their jobs. I mean, come on, guys. This is the case, in my opinion, of the century. Yeah. Okay? Until we see something bigger, I hope we don't ever. But, you know, it is what it is. That's why we spent so much time on this. You know, I thought Kylie Rodney was a huge case. This has that buried, guys. And that's a horrible case in itself. Okay? This is horrific, folks. Four children, in my opinion, because I'm old, okay, lost their lives, never got to start their lives. Their families no longer have them in their lives anymore. They can't have grandkids with these kids. They can't do anything. It's done. Okay, and then we have another guy on death row, not death row, but facing the death penalty that could lose his life too. And we don't even know if he's responsible for it.
Right.
It's a mess. It is an absolute mess. So
it really is.
I absolutely, but that is why we've spent so much time on this, because in a nutshell, folks, all we're really doing, why we're spending so much time on this, you know, is trying to find the real truth. And because we care about people, we care about each other as human beings, you know, and that's that. Period. Yeah. It's all it is. You know, people have said, you know, I'm not saying anybody in particular, but quite a few people have worried that, you know, if some of us creators out here, because we can't trust mainstream media, we know that already, okay? But if some of us creators out here stop covering this case and stop spending as much time on it, that it's going to go cold and that these kids are going to be forgotten. That's a scary feeling. In itself, it's a scary feeling. And I'm here to tell you guys, I'm not going to be backing off of this at all. I may be covering other things, but I'm still going to be covering this, as I've said multiple times today. I'm still going to be covering this throughout my week. Every day, I'll be looking into things like I always have. It can't go cold. That's the problem I have with it. It can't go cold. I would never be able to forgive myself if I stopped doing what I've been doing on a regular basis with this case and just moved on completely, ignored this, and said I'm done with it. I can't. But I couldn't do that. That's not the person I am. And none of the rest of us are like that either, because we really do want true justice for these kids and their families. And that's all it's all about, guys. Period.
Absolutely. I am going to hop off of here. There's some things I have to do.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you for having me, but I just want to make one quick comment about the alibi.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I'm very interested to see when she used the words direct line of proof. Now, I don't know if she's saying Brian has a direct line of proof, or if she was just kind of reiterating what an alibi means in the statute. But anyways, if he was
go ahead.
I was going to say, regardless, to not have an alibi, like I live alone. I mean, I have 2 kids, but I live alone. And if I was accused of something between 3 and 5 a.m. or 2 and 5 a.m., whatever, because the timeline is all over the place.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It would not be I mean, I was at home sleeping. I was at home alone, you know? So for all these people saying, well, he has no alibi, or he would have put one out. How does he, you know, if he was at home, how do you prove that? You know,
well, and that's,
I said too, I'm confused on the verbiage.
I get it. And the verbiage is important. I've taught you guys that from the beginning. For those of you that didn't get that, you know, verbiage is super important. And I proved it to you guys too. One word can make a whole bit of difference. You know what I'm saying? It can change everything, flip it upside down. But I feel that those words in that document that I read this morning, or this afternoon, I should say, thank you, Helen. I appreciate that very much. The link is pinned in chat, Patricia. It's at the top. Just click on it. That the verbiage, like I said, is so very important. I feel that those words that were in that document today are so very strong. And the way that it says it, and what I mean by strong is that it states, like, boldly, in my opinion, that I'm standing strong with the fact that I have no connection to this, and at the same time, there will be proof shown when the time comes. That's how that reads to me.
Okay.
And that's how I'm taking it. You know,
I
that's
kind of got the same. I kind of got the same feel as far as like, we have an alibi.
Yes.
I'm doing what I need to do required by law by notifying you there's an alibi, but I don't have to go into any more specifics. If you want to know, you can cross-examine him, or, you know, it can come out in trial, or however that may work out. But
yes.
I'm doing what I'm required to do by law now and letting you know there is an alibi.
And that's what that is, guys. And this is 100% a strategic, hardcore strategic plan that they have. Okay. Thank you, CJ. I appreciate that. And thanks for being here, brother. I absolutely agree. I do. They know what they're doing. She knows what she's doing. She's been doing it the whole time. And I absolutely feel like there's no qualms with what they're saying in their documentation at all. So I have confidence that there's something big that we're going to see from the defense. Now, I told you guys before that I hoped that they would show me proof that Brian did this so that we could just be done with it. Okay. It hasn't happened, guys. I hate to say it, but it hasn't happened at all. So
I agree. Okay. Well, thank you so much. I'm going to hop down so others can speak their
Thank you, Angela. I appreciate your support for the channel. I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate your passion, dear. I really do.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dago. You guys have a good one. Okay. I'll be in chat.
All right, hon. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And welcome, Patricia. Well, she was here. My dogs.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Okay. I just have just quick two things to say.
Yes, ma'am.
I feel like, well, for one, Jack Showalter's uncle is on the prosecution, so that's not helping the truth by any means, in my opinion.
Okay.
So, and two, I feel like if they were to get the Ring camera tapes of the morning after from like 6 a.m. to 12 p.m., I think that would tell a whole story by itself.
Oh, I can agree. Yes, if they don't have them already, but yeah, I agree. I do.
So that that would totally debunk the sleeping theory or not, whatever. But that's just my thing at this point. And the PCA reads Bethany was there at the time of the 911 call. It truly doesn't say too much about her, being there at night. That the specific words are at the 911 call. So I'm wondering. So I'm wondering what that means, how it's worded that way. Was she not there? So
that's very much so. That's an interesting thought too.
So that was it. Everything else is, I just don't think they have enough. Regardless of what they have right now, it's still enough for reasonable doubt. Did it or not, you just have enough for reasonable doubt, guilty or not at this point. And that's just because of their shady doings. So it's going to be their fault if it's him and he gets away, period.
Right. Yes, ma'am. That's a fact. And I agree with you. And you have beautiful dogs, by the way. I love those dogs.
Oh, they're my babies. All right, I'll let you go.
All right, you have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Yeah, come on up, CJ. The link's pinned in chat, brother. All right. And we got Miss Patricia. Can you hear me? Are you there? Can you hear me? I guess not. She's trying to. She can't get her microphone to work, I see. Okay. All right. And we still got the poll rolling. We're at 75%. Vote away, folks. I got 926 people in here. Vote away. There he is. What is happening, my soft-spoken brother?
What's up, bro?
What's going on, buddy?
What a document today, huh?
For real, I know, man. I know. I am doing wonderful, Miss Chelly. Again, guys, anybody that wants to come up and express your feelings towards this, or any of this, come on up. We're everybody. I'm so pleased with everybody today. Everybody's being respectful, and there's no crap, and I love it. You guys are amazing. I appreciate that so very much. So anybody that would like to jump up here, please do. Please do. The link is pinned at the top of the chat, right above where the poll is. Come on down, folks. Let's hear it. So what do you think, bro?
Well, we were reading through it a little bit ago, and I was just like, the fact that it's like this. Jesse was up on panel, and we were kind of talking about it, and we were like, they're not. Ann Taylor is not gonna let this whole alibi thing fly if she had to have vetted it herself, you would think, right? Because that's pretty major to indicate that you have an alibi stating that you were somewhere else when the crime was committed.
Yes, sir.
At the time, that's a pretty big statement. And
so
I'm thinking like what everybody else was saying, she had to had vetted that.
Well, she's not going to say something like that without doing that. You're absolutely right.
Right. So to me, I'm looking at that document, and to me, it's a major document because you take that into consideration, and then the document is basically is also stating that the alibi might even come up during witness testimony or experts' testimony during the trial. Like the alibi could even come out during questioning of other people without even getting to him even stating the alibi itself.
Absolutely. Well, they just said in the document, it says that the evidence will be provided via a cross-examination of a prosecution witness and or a expert witness. I mean, that's a very bold statement. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Very bold statement.
Little document, big deal. Little document, big deal.
Absolutely. Was anybody else trying to jump up here, guys?
True Crime Design did a great video with you. I don't know if you checked it out or not.
Me and Kim in it, yeah.
Yeah.
I was surprised.
You checked that out too. Yeah, I was like,
we got somebody back here. I just seen this. Sorry, I hope you weren't back there too long. Welcome back, my friend. Sorry, I hope you weren't back there too long. I didn't see you.
Oh, no, I wasn't.
Okay, dope. Welcome back. What can I do for you?
Thank you. Well, I was just going to say that, we were talking earlier about the PCA and how they only had the knife sheath and, and they didn't have enough to really prosecute him if they're going to throw that out. But if we remember correctly, a lot of that PCA was redacted. And I just I kind of wanted everybody to remember that because there's a lot we don't know that's on that PCA that wasn't given to us.
For sure.
Because there's a gag. You know what I'm saying? So
yes.
Yeah, it's just probable cause.
I said, I'm not. And I want it to be clear too that if they can show to me that this man is innocent, I don't want him to go to jail.
No, I get it. I understand, sir.
You understand what I'm saying? I really don't. I'm just of the ill that from what I see and what I know and just the way maybe it's my faith in the prosecution, maybe it's my faith in the justice system.
Okay.
That I hope that they would not do that to an innocent man.
I agree.
And with and think about it, with Enan Harsh right there, why wouldn't you frame him?
About the West Memphis 3 case, dude?
I mean, he was. Yeah, I do, and they had to plead guilty in order to be released, and I still think the stepdad has something to do with that.
One moment,
yeah, I feel you. I feel you on that.
I don't know 100%, but yes, I watched that documentary, and
it's crazy, isn't it? The similarities, man.
Yeah, but don't you feel a little something about that one guy, man? He's a weird dude.
Something is weird.
There's just something about him, man.
Something's
very weird. I don't know. Yes. But that's a great point. I'm not, and look, there's a lot of people on death row that go free. I'm not saying there's not.
Oh, yeah.
That's 100%. I mean, I'm not saying that what you guys are doing is way far out in left field. But me personally, I just feel like you would not pick a PhD in criminology to try this stuff on. I mean, I think he would have what it takes to beat it. And then now you're looking at a lawsuit. You know, they'll lose more. They'll lose more money from Brian suing.
Yes.
Than they ever would with not catching somebody.
But I'm looking at it like this, though, because I totally agree with what you're saying, bro.
Yeah.
But kind of mix this in, okay? Small community, because like you look at all these small community cases. Small community does what the hell they want to do. Outsider, somebody that's not from that area, and maybe that person was stepping on some shit that normal people know not to step on, and with him being an outsider, he was stepping onto it because he's so passionate.
He had his nose somewhere it shouldn't have been.
And then maybe that's why they're like, you know what? This is what we do to fucking outsiders, bro.
I mean, any like I said, any bit of this is possible, folks. Any bit of it. Understand that. And even what Big Dirty's saying is possible. I'm not saying, you guys know me already. I don't want Brian to be innocent. I want the person that did this, the true person that did this, to be prosecuted. And if it's Brian, then damn it, do what you got to do. But if it's not, I don't want to see an innocent man die for nothing. That's all I'm saying.
I don't either. Dago, and I swear to you, I don't.
Oh, I believe you.
But the true victims deserve justice, and that's those 4 kids.
Yes, sir.
You know, and that is the only thing that I care about is those 4 kids getting justice and those families getting peace, you know, and
that's right.
But like I said, you know, I just remembered like, man, a lot of that PCA was redacted. So, you know, the grand jury got to see what we did not. You know, we didn't get to see everything that they know.
And there very well could be something that's going to flip-flop this completely, and we're all going to wake up one day and go, oh, my God, it was him.
Right.
Okay?
Yes. Oh, my God, you know.
And I know I'll be right there saying, okay, guys, you were right. And I guarantee you CJ is going to be the same way. You were right, folks. Here we go.
Yeah.
Let's prosecute this MF.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And if he's found innocent, you know, like legit, right? I'm taking some of my videos down that I was doing back in January and February and March, because that's me straight up thinking this guy was some sick MF.
I was there too. I was.
Yeah.
I was
I'll take that shit down.
So CJ, what changed your mind?
What changed my mind was,
or are you still not 100% sure?
No, I can definitely see evidence stating that he could be possibly the one that did the crime, and I can also see the evidence that states to the contrary, right?
Yeah.
And so, you know, I have a lot of people that come up that are about the guilt, that are about the innocent, and I always explore them for sure. Even some of the stuff we had earlier about, you know, substances and things like that.
Yeah.
Definitely will explore it. But what it was is, when I first started covering this case, and after the PCA came out, okay, I'll just from that point on, before that. But when the PCA came out, I started getting sucked into all of this mainstream media. He was this creeper, getting kicked out of bars all the time, like hearing all this stuff. And I was totally sucked into it. Okay.
Me too.
And that was me relying on mainstream media for my information. Okay. But as I'm starting to go on, and I'm realizing as time's going on, mainstream media is about this certain narrative, I start to do my own digging. And that's when my shit kind of transferred. When I started doing my own digging and not relying on mainstream media, because of the limited amount of time I have, when I started doing my digging, that's when I'm starting to go, hold on a minute. When I was the one going into the route, when I was the one digging, not relying on News Nation to tell me, but when I was the one doing it, that's when I'm like, some of this shit just don't make no damn sense.
It don't jive. Right. I'm the same exact way. Same way. By the way, that's a great beard, brother. I love it.
Yeah. So, I mean, you know, and the thing that stumps me is the gag order. I can't take anything that's being put out right now as fact, because with the gag order, I just feel like there wouldn't be anything that's factual coming out right now.
Well,
other than what we know on the PCA, and the PCA is a lot of it's redacted.
Yes. Now, one thing I do have to say, and I'm not a big fan of things that get leaked, okay? But we have had some things leaked that ended up being true, okay? So I do look at that stuff. I really do look at that stuff. And some of the gag order itself, I think, is suspicious as hell, okay? I'll just put it that way. I really do feel that way. It's kind of... It's kind of flaky to me. I'm sorry. I'll be honest with you guys. I'm not saying I don't respect it, but it is flaky to me. I'm sorry. So, that's in that sense, that is how I feel about that. But I respect everything you're saying, Big Dirty. I do. I really do. I respect anybody that has an opposing theory that I have. CJ's the same way I am. You know what I mean? We're both. Yeah. Me and CJ he's just a skinnier version of me is all it is, guys, and a better looking version, okay? We feel the same way, same page, same book, same everything, guys. It's just, I'm on the fence with this because I wanted Brian to be guilty. I really did, because I wanted that family, those families to have that to hold on to, knowing that there he is. He did it. Now let's deal with him, okay? Yeah. But like CJ said, I started looking and digging, and because obviously we know that mainstream media is a joke. And and digging and looking and digging, and it's like, damn, something's not right with this, and here we are. So
and like I said, I tried to dig and stuff, but I just can't take what I hear as facts because of the gag order.
I get it.
So it's hard for me to say, well, there's nothing in the car and there's nothing in his apartment, because the gag order was already put out. I mean, that's evidence to me that there's just no way that's fact. Now, I think a lot of it is Ann Taylor's job is to put doubt out, because whether we want to believe it or not, the jurors that are going to be on this panel, they're hearing everything that we're talking about. Yeah, I don't believe for 1 second he's going to be able to get a jury that doesn't know anything about this case.
That's why we got to be careful and make sure it's about innocent until proven guilty.
That's right.
Absolutely. And I agree with that 100%. But we also got to understand that when we release information as fact, we don't know it's 100% fact because of the gag order. Somebody's going to go to jail, because if they're people that are involved in this court case and in the prosecution, the defense, law enforcement, they've all had a gag order put on them. So they can't go out and put truth and stuff like that out into the world, knowing it's going to come back to them and they're going to be thrown into jail. So when people say things like, well, I heard this and this is what I heard, and this, I just can't take that as fact. I just can't.
You're right.
Right. And I understand that a lot of creators do that, both ways. Both ways. They, well, Brian was this and Brian did that. And Brian went to the Mad Greek and he was, he went on a date with Kaylee and called her a bitch. And, sorry for my language, but I'm here, you hear all this stuff that is just no way it's fact because of the gag order.
Yes.
And I think they put the gag order out there. They put that gag order out there because of what's happening right now. All the speculation, all the rumors, all that stuff going on that we don't know is fact. We just know that's what we've heard. And, everybody's got their theories and they're going to listen to whatever fits that narrative is my way of thinking.
And it's on us, though, as creators, to exactly repeat what you're saying to everybody as well, because there's plenty of times, trust me, I explore a lot of different stuff. And there's also, I'm going to also state on my show, look, we don't, it's that thing where it sucks that we have to keep repeating that. You know what I'm saying? Yes. But at the same time, we do have to keep repeating that as content creators, because it's
imperative.
Right.
It's imperative that we explain that, especially as creators. You guys are the information. You guys are the people that are putting this stuff out.
Yeah.
And if it's not exact fact, we need to make sure that we tell people, look, this is something that I've heard. This is something that was given to me. It's absolutely
Alleged.
It's an opinion. It's alleged. It's speculation. Because if everybody focuses back to the PCA and the fact that it was redacted and the fact that there's a gag order, we have to understand that there's some of this stuff, there's just no way it can be fact because of the gag order and because of that PCA being redacted. All we have from the PCA was enough to get him arrested.
Right.
Yep.
We don't know what else they have that could actually get him prosecuted. So that was that's just my, and that could go both ways. I understand that, but personally, I would hate to think that our justice system would pin this with no facts onto somebody who's innocent.
It's scary because what if it was us?
Right. If it was us, we'd be sitting in jail.
It's scary as hell. It's scary as hell.
I mean, if they had the information that they have on you or I, we would be sitting where Brian's at right now.
100%.
Now, he still has to have his day in court, and it's not his duty to prove his innocence. It's the prosecution's job to prove he's guilty.
100%.
But we also have to remember we don't have all the facts. So we have to remember that. And I understand you have to have a show. You have to be able to discuss. But when it comes down to the beans and potatoes, we only know what we were given from that PCA. And that's all we know is fact. The other stuff, like the Linda Lane footage, I don't think that's real.
Well, and you know what? It's funny you said that because Rory from Thou Shalt Not Kill just put a statement in chat, says that he just talked to the owner's wife of 1330 Linda Lane, which is the house next door, and she claims to know nothing about the footage and how it got released. How interesting!
Confetti.
It's people.
It's confetti.
It's attention getters. It's people that want clicks. That's all that is, and it's sad. It's extremely sad. I feel for the parents of these victims. I feel for the friends, the family. So, I just, maybe I just wanted to call in and get on here and just remind everybody that we have to be patient. We have to remember that, we don't know a lot, and that both ways we don't know a lot, but all we do know is his DNA was on the sheath and everything was redacted. So we don't know any more than that. His car fits the profile of the person they were looking for prior to him being arrested. I mean, those are things, the way he acted at his parents' house with the garbage and bleaching his car, is that, that wasn't in the PCA. So, I mean, again, she was right when she said you can't have your cake and eat it too. I can't believe that they sat and watched this, but yet it's not on a court document. But if he was doing all these things, that to me is a guilty person. I mean, they're acting guilty. But all we can do is wait until trial or till the gag order is released to get more information.
Yes, sir.
So you guys have a great day. Thanks for letting me come on panel. Absolutely. I appreciate everybody treating me with respect, and you guys have a good one. All right, too, have a good one.
Once again, great beard, sir. Thank you.
Yeah,
appreciate it, man. Thank you,
sir. I appreciate that. Like I said, guys, I respect and want to hear opposing theories from what we all believe, some of us believe as well, because it's all right. Nobody's absolutely wrong, okay? At this point, nobody's wrong. We don't know that yet. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Big Dirty. Miss Patricia Stevens, can you hear me, dear? She's been trying to get this to work for a while now.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying, man. This Linda Lane shit's confetti, man.
I agree. Thank you, Brandy. I appreciate that, dear. Guys, this channel is 100% crowdfunded. That's what keeps me coming out here every day. So that's why we post these links, and I appreciate anybody that has donated to support the channel. That helps me to pay the bills to do this for you guys every single day. I appreciate you so very much. And let's pull this poll down. I think that's
speaking of, I need to give you a coffee, sir. This is going to be my first coffee I'm giving while I'm on their panel. Okay.
So the poll has ended Will Bryan's alibi exonerate him? 70% said yes. 29% said no. That's pretty good, guys. I mean, it's pretty, well, not good, but it's pretty, it's a pretty decent variation. Can you hear me, Patricia? I cannot. I can hear you, but I can't hear you. Are you there? You're very low. You got to turn your volume up. Welcome, Draw.
Hello.
Good to have you here. Yeah, you got to turn your microphone up, Patricia.
Yay. What's up, Draw?
Hey,
What's up, Doc?
CJ. Hey, Dago. Couple of things. So, with all due respect to the previous caller, well, first of all, I do agree. We don't know everything.
Right.
Absolutely don't. And I think we need to let this process unfold. And however, that being said, where I disagree would be, and respectfully, would be for me as a 30-year practicing MD, I didn't even get to the PCA. I didn't even get to the arrest before I began feeling troubled by information and missteps that were clear to me as a medical professional from the get-go. And I'm just going to say this, that there were two things. I think I've already told you this, Dago, so I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
But from week one, the two things that were immediately troublesome to me were the statements by the coroner. Two things she said, I thought, uh-oh. One was that she was very uncomfortable, and that's not why I was uh-oh.
Oh, yeah.
But she was uncomfortable.
Definitely.
And I
agree.
Was hemming and hawing. And when she finally stated that she actually had not entered the crime scene to evaluate for, to confirm death of these 4 victims until after the 5 p.m. hour, after essentially everything had been cleared by law enforcement, right away I said, because how would she be able to know if something had been moved, etc.? So she, the point of an administrative person, she's not the medical examiner, but she is the coroner, is they're supposed to be on the scene, and they're supposed to be photographing, taking maybe a core body temperature that would have given us information about the time of death, maybe, etc.
Yeah.
She failed to do that. And in that first interview, she essentially deflected having not done that by stating that law enforcement locally told her she couldn't enter the scene. Well, right there, there's a break in the chain of custody in the processing of the crime scene. That's number one. Number two thing she said, and I thought double uh-oh, was when she was asked about the importance of the toxicology screens on the 4 victims, she point blank stated that she knew that it wasn't those tox screens would not be relevant.
Right.
How could she even say that? Because guess what? If those kids had been given something laced with some substance, i.e. fentanyl, even if it was against their will, or if they'd been given a roofie so that they were asleep and then they were, illed with a K, unalived, however you all say it there, that would be very relevant. So she made these broad brush, bold statements that were not based on evidence informed research or reality. So boom. So that's number one. And then I'll hush when I give you number two. Number two. What was number two? I had my points in my head. Wait a minute. So that was she. And then, no, I think there are many other points. But the other thing that I found troubling was that within that week, maybe it was the second week when you had Santa Claus, which his name I'm forgetting, the prosecuting attorney, the main prosecuting attorney, the gentleman, I can't think of his name right now. He made a statement regarding that this was a targeted, either the residents or the victims were targeted, and within 24 hours, Chief Fry came out and said the prosecution misspoke.
Yes.
What do you mean he misspoke? You, as Fry, have given the prosecution the case. So right away I thought, wait a second. How could you say the person who has been given the criminal case, i.e. the state of Idaho, is quote, quote, misspeaking? So that was another red flag. I did have my third. Oh, here's my third red flag. And I know I said this to you a couple weeks ago, that I think it was you or it was Lana, that like when I used to be on call for hospital for 25 years, I was on call, right? And then I turned older. Now I'm 62. So after a certain age, I didn't have to be on call. And then the hospitalists came into being. So we really didn't have to admit our patients directly from office or during the night. However, the best practices, standard of care in the medical community for first responders and for physicians is if you're called, you have 15 minutes. This is at every hospital I think I've practiced it in 4 states now. Every hospital gives us 15 minutes to respond to that either that beeper call or the call from wherever your answering service. And if you don't, which one time I did not in my 25 years because I was out of range in a rural area, and I bet you it was 20 to 25 minutes before the beep came through, delayed. I called the ER. Do you know I was reprimanded by the hospital? I mean, not like I didn't get written up or anything, but they were like, it's been 24 minutes. Why didn't you call within the 15-minute window? And I said, I'm out in a rural area and there was a patch where we are. But my point to you is, even though I was in the rural area, I was within 30 minutes of the emergency room because I knew that was required. So let's go back to Fry and let's go back to Payne. To me, it was and continues to be troubling and stunning that they were not within 30 minutes of being present at the scene of a quadruple murder. They waited. They said they were out of town 4 hours. You can't do that. That's beyond irregular. Then they have to have an on-call first responder from their department.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
You see what I'm saying, man? So I know I'm going on and on, but for me, sorry, let me say one thing. For me, it has absolutely nothing to do with the PCA, the sheath, the this, that. Yes, all of that has begun to pile up. But I am talking about the fundamental statements and procedures and protocols that, to me, were broken at the get-go.
Yes, I agree. That I'm a retired firefighter EMS.
Yeah, I know you are.
From the very beginning, why did we not go in? Why were we held back?
Exacto. You guys weren't allowed. Yes.
That's right. And that's what I'm saying. That's protocol. And I called everywhere. I called multiple different areas. Standard operating procedure. When a call comes in for an unconscious person, you'll know this as a doctor, that EMS is automatically rolled with PD or before.
Absolutely. No, because I was a director of a clinic out in Western Jersey. Unfortunately, we had a very high-risk population. We probably called 911 3-5 times a week for really ill patients, cardiac, respiratory, babies. Yes. Police would arrive, PD would arrive, and within probably 2 minutes, right behind them came ACLS, EMS.
Yes.
Right behind them. It was like peanut butter and jelly, salt and pepper.
That's it. 100%. That's the best way to put it. I love that. So why were they held back? Why was the coroner held back? What was going on that they had to keep the people that should have been there? That's why EMS should have been in the PCA as well as the first responding officers, because that's how it works. No,
absolutely. They weren't. No. And I've been in many situations where the PD comes in to the 911 call and they're like, the person looks fine to me. I'm like, no, hello, you're not the EMS and you're not the physician. The person does not look fine, but they're ready to sort of punt. And then EMS comes and they say, no, move aside, and they do their business.
Yes, ma'am.
We all have our roles, and those important, cardinal, crucial roles were pushed aside.
And that's a big.
You're there for a reason too.
Huge thing for me, because I understand we have the police officers are trained in some BLS, basic life supports, things like that to help.
Oh, they do. And they do. Sometimes they'll put oxygen on, whatever. I've been in rural areas where they're
Narcan now, all that stuff. Yes, ma'am. That's absolutely correct. I've never seen a scene. I've never seen a scene this extreme either, but I've never seen a scene where the police have not arrived before us and we come in behind them with our bags on our shoulders and our equipment, and they step to the side so we can check the situation to ensure, yes, these people are deceased. Where and why are they deceased? Where are the wounds bleeding from? So on and so forth, which was another reason I had an issue with the fact that they were held out. Therefore, they didn't see that sheath on the bed.
Exactly.
That's a problem. That's a problem for me. So
that's big problem. And then you saw it with the police. I don't know if it was CJ or Lana, or maybe it was you. I don't remember. I think it was actually Lana recently showed a prior to this quadruple murder. Back in August of 22, there was some guy that took an overdose. Maybe he had some sort of like pot, cannabis oil. I don't know. I don't remember, but he was like
somebody put it in his drink.
Exactly.
Right.
And he was like, I feel weird. I feel this. I feel that. And the police responded, no EMS. That police office, and the guy was paranoid. He's like, they're surrounding me. I feel weird. And the guy said, well, do you have any roommates at home? He's like, no. Why don't you call a friend? He called a friend. The friend was like 30 minutes away. The police officer was like, just go in and relax. I'm like, just go in and relax. This guy merited an EMS evaluation and a possible transfer to the ER. Because with the fentanyl thing, that guy, Caden, I think it was, he was dismissed from ER after a fentanyl overdose. It is very possible that he was dismissed and then he had a rebound overdose an hour later. So we don't know with these weird synthetic opioids. So how could this officer? The officer didn't even take a blood pressure. So I guess I'm watching all of this and I'm just rattling at the mouth, and I feel like I'm like really getting a little pissed. So I have to hang up now because I'm getting my
Right. You're starting to replay it in your head. And
I'm sorry. I'm replaying it. I'm upset.
Right.
I'm upset.
We appreciate you, Draw, very much. We do.
Yeah,
the whole community
so awesome.
does. I hope you know that. We really do.
No, I'm sorry if I'm sounding so impassioned, and I apologize to the chat. But this has really been on my mind and my heart. And thank you for listening to me. And I will go back into chat and be quiet now.
And thank you so very much for for expressing how you feel and your thoughts on this. We do appreciate you so very much.
All right. Okay, guys. Thank you. Bye, guys.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you again.
Thank you, David, for bringing me up.
Yeah, 1 second, sir. Let me see if I can get Miss Patty to hear. Can you hear me, Patty?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Patricia? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I turned my mic up. Sorry, I got a new mic. I don't know how to use anything. I'm trying to anyway.
Okay.
But I'm gonna say this fast.
Okay.
But everybody needs to have their eyes wide open and a head on a swivel. This is our world. You should be scared.
I agree.
This is not the normal. We can trust all the police. They're here to protect us. Have y'all not the thing that Dago was in Rory's live last night? Those videos we watched. If you watch, I think it's the last one. The police there's something not right.
We're covering that today here after we're done with this.
I don't sleep good at night. I had dreams about them, and I don't know these kids, but my mama, anytime something happened to a kid, she had a lung transplant. She found out it was a 12-year-old's lung. The only thing she could say was, that's somebody's baby.
Yes.
Aww.
I had Kaylee and Maddie because everybody's just like, let the house get tore down and everything else. And it's my conscience probably, like, I don't, get in all this other stuff, but I'm just saying when they're screaming, don't just let this go. There's more to this. This is bigger than Idaho. And if your kids are going to college, you need to be scared, and everybody better be ready to stand up. The FBI, y'all, this is much bigger than Idaho. And if we don't do something, these kids are given this stuff and they're used as test dummies. They manipulate them.
Starting soon.
They do what they do. How does that happen? How do 4 people, you know why they did that? That scared somebody. So somebody didn't open their mouth. And that's what that is. And that's why nobody's talking. I don't know that Fry has anything to do with it. To me, he went with his wife somewhere, and he did have somebody on call, but I guess because it was so horrific to me, he kind of looks like the dummy, and I'm not being mean, but I think they're corrupt. Interviews, he's saying stuff, but they're telling him to shut up, and they could be threatening his life. Like, this is bigger than just one place, and so people are not going to say anything. But if you're sending your kid to school, it's not just in Idaho. You need to conversations with these kids, whatever they think. If they're stressed out, they want to do something to relax, do not watch your drink when you go off. Don't do this, because they get in it and they can't get out, and then that's what happened to these kids. And Dylan is evil. I'm sorry, there's no other word for it. If you look at the girl's eyes, she is the ringleader in all this. I believe that's why Bethany's name wasn't mentioned, because I think Dylan was told to keep Bethany at bay, and Bethany flipped out. I think that's the one that flipped out when she figured out everything that happened. But these kids' lives are being in trouble, and I do not think, I'm sorry if anybody gets mad at me, Dylan is state of shock. My state of shock is, if I'm not calling 911, I'm screaming to the heavens. Okay, I'm not staying in that house. I mean, are you serious? No. I'm not taking up for Bethany saying she's completely innocent, but I'm sorry. I think Dylan is the ringleader. My cousin died in a similar way to all of this, and you just know what you know, and that's why I'm up here. I'm just telling y'all, don't just think, oh, it's not my kid. Y'all, these kids were not bad kids. They were not bad kids. They get in this and don't know what's even going on. And if y'all don't think law enforcement, y'all, I'm telling y'all that the people that are not supposed to be in it are in it. And if we don't all watch what's going on, America's not going to be America anymore either. And that's what's going on. We are being torn apart from the inside out, and we have to stand up for our kids and their freedoms, because we're going to die. They're going to be here. Is this what we want to leave them in? We can't keep on saying that everybody's innocent. And I know we can't just say that about every person, but we have to keep an open mind and watch. If you see what's going on in this case, they're playing us like we are stupid. Do y'all hear me? That PCA, that man said he saw that.
Well, we've been ridiculed because
that man said he saw that sheath from the door. Y'all, that's illegal. That case should have been thrown out. He saw that sheath from the door. That's a lie. It was under her body. Why do you think they didn't call the police? Man, Kaylee was scared of them police. She was scared of a lot. And I feel bad, even though I didn't know. Like, I beg God, please, them kids are young. I'm 40. Let me go. I can't imagine. I don't want to imagine. It drives me crazy. And when I tell y'all I cry, because I get emotional about everything, but like, all I can think is that somebody's babies. And if I was their parents, I would be in jail, just like Steve's doing. Who tells somebody's parents that they don't need? What did you just say to me? That's my kid. You have lost your mind. But I think Ethan's parents know that it's bigger than what they can handle, and they knew what they could do for the other two. But like Steve is like me. It's like, nope. But I would be in jail. He's had more restraint than me. So all y'all that think he's crazy, y'all ain't seen crazy, baby. Because if that was my kid, I don't care, on TV, throughout the world, I would have showed my butt. And that's all I'm saying, y'all. So just make sure you're protecting your babies.
I can take a guess here, and I can guess that you're a Southern mother. So yeah, I can agree with you. I get it. I get it.
No, we totally understand your passion.
Yes, and I've had people lie to me, like,
ridiculed about it.
That said they loved me, and I was stupid because I thought everybody just loved you if you loved them back. And that's these girls. I don't think they were just out selling drugs. I think they got into something that was bigger than them, and they could not get out of it, and they were scared to death. And that makes me so mad about the way they died. I don't know. Like, no, I do not think Brian Cope. There's no way. Okay, one person did this, so the other person stood there waiting on their time to die. That don't even make.
No, I agree. We do, like you just said, we appreciate the passion you have for that, and thank you for feeling that way, because that's what needs to be. That's what we all need to feel. I agree. But thank you for jumping up here. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. And I don't think about, like, I know what I'm saying now. They can put me down. They can find me. I don't care, because you know what? Somebody's got to start somewhere, and I cannot let this go. That house don't need to be torn down. No, that's why what's going to happen. I don't know what to do. I'm in Alabama, so good Lord. But I'm going to do whatever I can do sitting right here, because these are our children's futures. And it's just scary. So that's all I wanted to say, y'all. I just want everybody to be aware. I was saying it in chat, but it's like nobody was paying attention. I was like, no, people's got to look at me and listen to what I'm saying.
No, that's what our communities are about. That's why even though we were getting ridiculed for a couple months pretty damn hard recently, because we have that same passion that you do. We totally agree with you. We totally feel you. We feel where you're coming from. We feel that fire in your soul when it comes to the stuff you're saying.
Shows on every time I do it, I bust out crying. So I'm not able to even finish the live.
And it's important to us. It's important to us, to all of us, because if it wasn't, then we would have folded with all that ridicule instead of still standing strong and still believing in what we believe here. You know what I mean? So we appreciate your passion for real.
And there's other cases that are like this. When it quacks like a duck, y'all, it's a duck. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Well, you're gonna find that out tomorrow because that's where we're going tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah. And I mean, I've had some of the same ideas y'all have, and y'all are all. CJ's very, very, very respectful. I work a lot, so I'm in and out. Sometimes when I'm in, I can't I'm engaged in work and this, but I have been because it haunts me. And I just feel like these kids should not die in vain like that. I mean, I don't even know what good it'll do is help the parents. It don't fix anything. It don't heal anything. I mean, I would be mad. I don't know. I bless them because they better than me. I just don't know what I would do.
I get it.
Scary position in so many ways.
And then you got to be scared for your other kids. I'm sorry, Steve knows something. That's why he's doing what he's doing. Because what if? I mean, I don't know who. I wish I could tell y'all who it was, but I know that these poor kids are scared to death. And when 4 people die, you're going to close your mouth because you know what? That's too scary, man.
Yeah, I agree.
And they shouldn't have to deal with that. Okay, thank y'all. I'm sorry, but thank you. Yes,
ma'am. That's all right. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. And again, like CJ said, we appreciate your passion. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and thank you for supporting us very much so. All right, gentlemen, thank you. Sorry, keep it real. Sorry, and what's up, J-Rod? Thank you for jumping up here, brother. I appreciate you. What can I do for you? I think keep it real. You's up here first. What do you have to say, my friend? And we gotta try to shorten these up a little bit.
Short and sweet. I had a friend that went into 4chan, her and a bunch of other people. She told me that Brian confessed about this whole killing, and that hasn't been out to the public yet. But that had occurred, and
so what's the alibi about then?
I don't know what the alibi is. To me, it's a delay tactic.
Why is he being defended? If he that doesn't. I mean, nothing against anybody.
We saw the document.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
We saw the document that just came
It's like the same thing with the case that I've seen that was a murder, and I wrote in the back about alleles and statistic threshold. The Sierra Lamar case, that individual went 3 years, not said nothing, didn't make a plea. He has that right to do that. Eventually, he made his plea of saying not guilty, went through the whole process. It was basically, I call it, a clown show. And in the end, there was 3 other cases plus DNA matching him. Still to this day, he only spoke and said, I didn't do it, despite his DNA and the girl's DNA was in the car and on the road.
Okay. Gotcha.
But with the sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I'm not contesting what you're saying. I haven't seen it, so I didn't know. You know what I mean?
It's not a problem. Someone asked a question about how they could figure out the DNA in a trash. Well, when I'm learning from the forensic side was when they do the allele count, they listen to a certain sound, and that certain sound of echo gives that statistic threshold. And then each person has their own DNA statistic threshold. If there's more mixture, it gets harder. But if it's completely like this and this, you can match it.
Okay.
It's very difficult. You would have to watch and be in a courtroom for like what I did for on and off 5 years to understand it. I still don't understand it. I just look at this case. This is just a delay tactic and expect that.
I get it. Absolutely. Okay. It's definitely interesting. That's for sure. I appreciate you coming up here to talk about that, my friend. I do. Absolutely.
I hope you have the time for another day because to me, with being Idaho, D.R. Coon's case, the baby that's 2 years old would have been
Yeah, I know.
That itself, it kind of reminds me of this on here of like what is going on with the police department and everything else. Why aren't you making arrests?
Actually, I'm going to be revisiting that case here within the next couple of weeks. I've had it on my list to do that. So if you're interested, come on around. We'll be looking at it.
And then I'll bring one of the advocates that I know that they have their campaign going for PI, Philip Klein, to come back in. So I'll continue with you.
Sounds good, brother. I appreciate you.
Thank you guys. Thank you, Abel, and bye, J. Rod on point, and everyone else.
All right.
Yeah,
have a good day, sir.
And
Take
just
care.
keep in mind, like 4chan, dude, there's so much stuff out there. Like you could find posts saying the sun's blue, bro.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of stuff on there that's way out there. But no, I respect what you're saying, my friend. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah.
No problem. I'm going back into the chat. God bless everybody and have a good day.
Same to you, brother. J. Rod, my friend, how are you?
There you go.
What's up, brother?
Hey, man, I had to come and see you, brother. A big shout out to JC, man. Big shout out to both of you. Big shout out to the whole chat, moderators. Big shout out to all subscribers. Please make sure to click like, subscribe to Dago. Man, I had to come here and say hi to you and show my respects to you, your content, and your community. We share common subscribers.
Yeah.
Big shout out to Joanne. Big shout out to many others here. They show so much love for you. No Shane's no more. Big shout out. See, he or she's a moderator here. They over there on our channel too. They always come and show love to you and always tell me, come and say hi to Dago. We need you to sit down and talk about this. And again, I'm looking forward to go and chit chat with JC on his channel also due to I could appreciate the tone that both of you, inclusive Jewels of all trades and Harsh and other content creators that have kept their own biasness in the conversation clean. I think we could all appreciate that though. And I just want to give you your flowers, give the flowers to JC for the great content y'all putting out, for the sincerity on the tone. And we just need to keep it going. And if y'all want to sit down and talk for a few seconds, few key pointers within this case, let me know. I'm ready to go. Big shout out to Angela. She's here.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that, my friend. I do. And we can talk about that. Absolutely.
So in that let's piggyback on what the earlier collaborator spoke about. The Brian KOHBERGER confessed to the crime.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So even if
I'm just saying, why would he come out with paperwork for an alibi today if he confessed? That's all.
I'm gonna come with the bullshit. I'm sorry.
I don't want to be disrespectful. I've never seen that anywhere, and I just, nothing against you, sir, that was up here talking about it. It just doesn't sound like, it doesn't make a lot of sense. You know what I mean?
For me personally, as soon as I hear someone say 4chan said, or I saw on 4chan, my radar goes up immediately.
Yeah.
Not just,
the sun is blue.
Yes, right. Yeah. So yeah. That's all I had to say on that.
Yeah. No disrespect.
It's the truth, though. No disrespect. Right. It's just the truth. We've all learned that mistake already, our own selves. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, you just have to totally vet like crazy on 4chan. That's all.
Take everything
really hardcore.
Not even a grain of salt. You have to take everything on there with like a atom of molecule.
A pound of salt.
Yeah. Well, I heard the opposite way. Yes, a pound of salt.
Yeah,
right.
A pound.
Yeah.
20 skin cells worth.
That's when it comes the part of doing our own homework. You know what I mean?
Right.
So let's say, for example, if Brian KOHBERGER indeed confessed to the crime. So big shout out to Doctora Latina. She's amazing. I can't wait until I have the opportunity to have a conversation with her. If you allow me, big shout out to John Q. I have John Q on the phone line not long ago on my live stream, and he's magnificent.
Yes, very informative.
Magnificent.
Yes. I agree.
Top of the line, top notch, linguine cuisine, chef kiss. So big shout out to Doctora Latina. I met Doctora Latina through the Kylie Rodney case and Young Q through the Kylie Rodney case. So let's say, for example, if Brian Kohlberger did confess to this crime, right? We gotta have what Doctora Latina called a constellation that he needs to line up. Right. It don't matter if you confess to the crime. Now in court, it has to be proven what you're saying.
Yeah, oh yeah, I agree.
So it's not like just saying, yeah, I did it, and then the court just gonna say, okay, put a stamp there, throw the key, we all good. Fortunately for United States of America, it's not like that. We have a constitution that protects all individuals. These days, we could tell that the constitution is being under attack. I don't, let's say political parties, they with their friends and collaborators, it seems that they've been trying to like get away with things.
Thanks, Coco. Yes, sir.
So I could tell there's a lot of politics within true crime. It's a lot of politics. If you belong to the political party that is in power, 9 times out of 10, you upscale and you know people that knows people that knows people, 9 times out of 10, it's gonna be some strings that are gonna be pulled here and there on your vantage.
Oh yes, sir.
So for example, time of death. Time of death.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Keyword: time of death. Not just for one victim, for all victims.
Right.
Time of death, modem of death. Death by impact, death by running out of blood. How that happened?
Bleeding out. Yeah. Right.
When the coroner, when the tactical team goes in, let's say first and foremost, when you get the 911 phone call, it's all hands on deck. Okay, let's say forget the 911 phone call, because the 911 phone call was for a pass out roommate.
Right.
So let's forget that. Soon as anyone from authorities pinpointed the task on hand in real life, what they got going on, immediately alerts and fast procedures needed to take place. Soon as they realize the crime scene, automatically they know what's the charges. They know this is a death penalty case. So if right away, first minute you enter that crime scene, you already know this is a death penalty case, you need to treat it accordingly.
I agree.
Time of death. All evidence needs to be collected right away. Everything needs to be declared. All records need to be provided right away. Forensics need to be there ASAP. Forensics is no excuse in a case like, all right, let's put it a little bit clearer for those that don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
This is a sorority house. It's not an independent house. This is a well-known sorority house.
Right.
It's confirmed by body cam footage and the earlier events when they went for the disturbance of peace and stuff like that. Even the officers, what they talking to the young gentlemen, that to me look suspect. If you ask me, personal opinion, the guy with the blue polo and the other guy, they seem that they kind of like representative of what's going on in that house, and they only leaders will go out to talk to authorities. Only those that has a certain level reputation or they possibly will be known by the cops and stuff like that. That's the people that is gonna come out and talk. This is a sorority house where 4 victims were murdered. Soon as the alert that this is happening, this is students in a sorority house that belong to the University of Idaho. They are under the Greek life umbrella. Don't you think that this was not supposed to look like this?
Yeah, I can agree. I can agree with that.
Don't you think, like, for example, a level of urgency would be increased a notch just for the fact of there are students in a sorority house that belong to the University of Idaho? So I say that to say this. When they found out that it was 8 hours, we don't know if it was 8 hours. We don't know. It could be a longer time. It could be less time. We don't know. Again, keyword, time of death. We don't have that. The coroner botched this case, not just for Brian KOHBERGER, but also for anyone after Brian KOHBERGER gets called a suspect and get brought up to justice. Is really nothing that no one could do. We have to face the reality. This is something that it touched my heart because I have children. Yeah. I have a boy around their ages. So it concerns me in a way. Authorities have been taking care of this case with a lack of integrity. And when I mean integrity, I'm not trying to put a stain on the department, because again, big shout out to Moscow PD. I was one of the tipsters. I was one of the people that after I sat there for hours and hours and days and non-sleep, going through footage, going through phone calls, going through everything that everyone was talking about, I took my own conclusions.
Yeah.
So with those conclusions, I went and have a conversation with Moscow PD. What I know, they know.
Right.
So if what I know, they know, and Taylor knows.
Mm-hmm.
My first and last phone number and all my information, she should have it on her desk.
Right.
I want to say another shout out. Big shout out to WSU Kim.
Mm-hmm.
Big shout outs to her. I've been very tough on her. I've been very, very tough on her. And I got to say, I don't have nothing to apologize at all. But I want to send her a shout out and give an olive branch, because something that I could say that she have brought up to the table is a possible suspect. The possible suspect is the same suspect that it was named from the very beginning of the case. This is the same person that the Goncalves family said. Everyone needs to understand that Goncalves family said 5 days after the murder that this was not a drive-by. This was not a random drive-by looking for victims.
Right.
They accentuated that whoever did this knows the victims personally. That was 5 days after everything happened. Around the same time, the Moscow PD said that this was a targeted and passionate crime.
Right.
That could only happen and be with someone that is related or close with emotional attachment to this crime. This is stuff that I'm not inventing myself. This is what was talked about from the very beginning of the case.
Yes, sir.
So now that we have the opportunity to make that a little bit clear, right? After that interview, something happened. We could tell that the sister of one of the victims were very, very into this case. If you ask me on my personal opinion, I have sisters that I love dearly. God forbid anything happened to them. I will do my due diligence, but I'll make sure that officers do their job. I will not intervene. I will gather all my information just to make sure that if the officers request any kind of information from me, or if by any example, I have some information that I believe that is relevant, I will offer it. But yes, I wouldn't do all that. I wouldn't do all that media stuff. In my personal opinion, I wouldn't do the media stuff due to the media is proven since the it was the agenda. What was the? It was a law that it passed around the Obama administration. The news stations are allowed to do propaganda.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's all the.
I agree with that one for sure. I agree.
Also, by law, police officers, law enforcement are allowed to lie to us without any kind of repercussion, under the excuse of protecting the case, the investigation. I don't consider that lawful.
No.
Just in my personal opinion.
Unethical.
So if we're gonna go by whatever news stations are telling us, who's their sources?
Yeah.
The cops.
Sources is what their sources are.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The court.
Yes.
Other reporters on the ground.
Reddit.
TikTok.
4chan. Yeah.
Yes.
Twitter.
Yes.
4chan.
All of it.
4chan.
Like all of it.
I
Discord.
can't stand. Yeah.
So I'm sorry, it's not funny though. It just, do you see, like, so if we're gonna go by what news stations are telling us, we are duped.
That's fact. That's fact.
CJ
himself last week, and I agreed with him. He said, "We as creators on YouTube are the new news. We are the real news. We struggle day in and day out, and go through all the drama and the bull s that we do to bring you guys, Lana and me, CJ, Rory, Harsh Reality,
shout out to Lana,
J-Rod, everybody. We bring you the realest shit we can bring you, because we know that mainstream media is not going to bring you nothing but garbage, okay? And that's why we do what we do, folks. So that in alone itself, my friend, is a huge point, and thank you for stating that.
If I can,
thanks to you. Go ahead, Angela.
Thank you. I'm sorry if I just can chime in for a quick sec. This kind of speaks to like a bigger issue, though. As we're transitioning from mainstream media to the new media, there's still, and I'll see it in different chats and different live streams, when you question law enforcement, there's so many people that are just, how dare you, how dare you, how dare you, right? Because they've been told forever, right? We trust, we believe, our government's good to us, believe in law enforcement, don't question authority. Right. And now, we're breaking out of the box, and this speaks to the corruption's everywhere. Dago, yesterday you had a caller on your show. I forget his name, but at the end, he mentioned a correctional facility he was in California.
Rollo Monto, yes.
Okay. I looked up that Cochran, it's in California, and in the late 80s, early 90s, they had these gladiator wars where these COs were putting people in the yard to fight each other and placing bets and then shooting. just disgusting, right? But
absolutely, yes.
The bigger issue too is that these police departments and law enforcement have strong unions. So there were so many of these COs that were put on trial, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, across the board, right? They were maybe transferred to a different facility. And that's just one small example. And as I'm down this rabbit hole on YouTube last night at 2:00 in the morning, right? Of course, the algorithm suggests other, instances of corruption and police. And it's not to say, I know I have people in my family, well, not close family, but close enough that are in law enforcement that have good intentions.
Right.
It's the broader system as a whole that is broken. Okay. It's the, it's, and we all want to believe that, that won't happen in our town, or that wouldn't happen here, or, that's just not the truth. And as people are breaking free from the, the rose-colored glasses that's been shoved down our throat by our government for decades and decades and mainstream media, and now we're starting to use and be able to think for ourselves and watch YouTube and content that people like you put out.
Yes.
I think it's shocking to a lot of people. They don't want to accept that there are a lot of corrupt, bad people in power in our country. And it's sad. It's really sad.
It's very sad. Very sad.
Unless you have money, that's usually a huge thing, right? You got to have money to have good defense.
The scariest thing about this is we were all here. We're all roughly in the same age group, okay? We were all raised to respect and appreciate and trust our government officials, okay? And as such, we raised our children to do the same. And now we step back and look at the things that we're preaching and teaching our children and go, okay, now what do we do? Because we're telling our children, you have to trust the police. You have to trust our government to do the right thing by us. But, in a sense, is it good to teach our children that? It has to be. It has to be because of what it is. But at the same time, we're also telling our children, if you see a car pull up behind you that it looks shifty, that's got lights on it, you take off, or you call somebody right now. Right. Because of things like there's things going on that should not be going on, okay?
Even like helping a stranger on the side of the road, you know?
Yes. The whole...
You should,
I
but...
don't want to get into that.
You know, it's... Yeah.
Where you see a baby walking on the freeway, just like this piece of garbage that just lied and said she was kidnapped because she saw a baby walking on the freeway, okay? She's trash, folks. I'm sorry, but she's trash. Because that is something that happens. It happens. It happened where I live, right in the Walmart parking lot, twice in a 3-month period of time. But somebody that fakes this is trash. Because now the boy who cried wolf scenario happens, okay? Now we're going to have people second guessing this because of somebody like that. And again, it all comes back. It all comes back, folks. And that's what we there's a very, he's a great person. He comes on here all the time. He hasn't been on here for a while, but he goes by Sergeant Friday. We call him Sergeant here. He's very wise, okay? And he's got a lot of great stuff that he talks about. And he has stated, and I agree with him, that we right here, all of us standing and sitting right here, all 821 people in here, are the ones that make the difference in the end. We are the ones, our children, our grandchildren are going to have to be the ones to stand up and say enough is enough. As one voice, folks, not separate entities. As one whole voice.
Together.
Say, okay, together, yes.
I tell my kids all the time, one of the most patriotic American things you can do is to question your government.
Yes.
We have that right.
That's right. We made that government.
That's how we were founded, is because we questioned taxes and we questioned all of these other things that were, we questioned all those things. That's why we came up with the Constitution. That's why we came up with all these different laws.
That's why we're questioning. Yes, that's why we're questioning how and why Brian KOHBERGER was arrested the way he was, based on the Constitution that we stand by as American people, and not even just Americans, okay? There's so many people that are watching this case that are in other countries that are going, something's wrong. Do something, folks, okay? So yeah, absolutely, and I agree with you, J Rod, 100% on that, bro.
Diego, if you allow me, you know, like us, I was born in Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is a United States Commonwealth, is a United States territory. So we are born United States citizens in birth. We have Social Security as soon as you're born. So we the only difference between us is just that our first language is Spanish. Yeah. But we grew up under the American culture. Yes. Is really, it's not like just because I'm from Puerto Rico, we are different, or we have, yeah, we have our own culture as far as our folklore, our music, our
very
Christmas,
good food.
like
very good food,
like stuff. Thank you.
Very good food.
Yes,
it's different particular things that when you say Puerto Rico, it comes to your mind. But we are born United States citizens. We go with ID. We go with ID. We get our American airplane, American airline, or whatever you use. Get your ticket. You come to United States. No problem. It's no passports. No. Yes. It's no green. It's nothing. We American citizens. So right. I say that to say this, right? We love United States of America. We do. That is undeniable. But at the same time, it gets very, very scary when, for example, the whole pandemic, we were told certain things. It was this one guy in power. I don't want to mention his last name, but it was this one guy in power controlling the whole pandemic. It was not a president, but we're talking
short guy.
Can I say it? Can I say
Just
it?
say short guy.
Yeah, because he's into a lot of things right now.
Right.
So go ahead, brother.
He had a lot of investments as well when it came to.
So I say that to say this: if the government at this day today, we're pointing at the pandemic as handled not properly, as the FBI being on the investigation as we speak right now. That's our last line of defense. The FBI. And if United States of America is investigating the FBI as we speak, what that tells us about local authorities, what that tells us about the small town PDs, about the big town PDs and cities PDs.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to tell you a little bit about.
Go ahead, Angela.
That's okay. My little small town PD. So I live kind of outside of Chicago. I'm about 35 minutes, but I'm right over the border in Indiana.
Big shout out to Chicago.
Chi-town. So anyways, but where I live, taxpayer base is outrageous. Okay. The average home price probably is around $450,000. One of the top rated schools in the state. Couple months ago, my son he's almost 17. I picked him up from a house party. He called me, Mom, I'm at a party, house got busted. I get there, I'm looking for my son, and they had the parents congregating. Long story short, as I'm trying to find my son, I have this tall officer, about 6'5", call me the C word, a B word. Cuffing these little 16-year-old kids, calling the girls the B word, everything. So only because I basically told the officer when I got there. Now, mind you, my son is on track for a D1 football scholarship. And this is the first time he was like kind of in trouble. It's my oldest. All I really said was, I don't want my son speaking to anybody without me or an attorney present. And excuse my language, but he said, I don't give a F about your attorney, you cunt. Okay, so now, of course, I'm sorry about my language, but now, of course, I'm animated. How dare you talk to me that way? Give me my child. He's ma'am, you need to calm down. You're a little bit animated. Well, I wonder why. Whatever. So I go to request body cam footage to file a complaint against this officer. They don't wear body cams. Mind you, I'm in real estate. I know how much taxes our city gets. Like, I know what property taxes are. and their excuse is they don't have enough money for it. They say that it's not the body cams itself that's expensive. It is like the cloud storage that each municipality has to pay for to store all of the Meanwhile, I can head 10 minutes north in Gary, Indiana. I'm sure everyone knows about Gary. Okay, they got body cams.
Right.
Body cams.
I live in a farm town, a township outside of a very small city, and they have body cams. So I don't want to hear that.
Oh, our police force just got a new fleet of brand new Ford Explorer the Dodge SUVs that people are all trying to steal. I don't know, some sort of
the nice ones.
Yes, the real nice fast ones. They just got a whole new. They got like 15 of those.
They're
but
beautiful.
My point is to say that, well, who do I go to? The mayor is the ex-chief of police. Who do we go to? In
that scenario, you need to get a hold of IAB. Find out what the IAB is, or the Louisiana. Oh my God, Indiana State Police.
Okay.
Or something like that, because that is absolutely disgusting. I'm sorry, but it is.
I mean, I still filed my complaint. I still did what I had to do. But the point is there's no oversight. Like J-Rod said, like, how do we know what's happening in these little small towns? Now, this was just a little small run-in incident at a high school party that got busted, right?
Those are facts. Yes, ma'am. I agree.
Yeah. So, more needs to be done on that, and it protects both sides, the police and whoever they encounter.
You can request as a I know for a fact, this is anywhere, you can look it up, it'll tell you, as a resident of the area you live in, as a group, the whole area, the city, the town, whatever it is, can get together and request that your police force has those, and they will have to understand, and from what I understand, they have to put it to a vote through city council or however it works. And they have to try to make that happen for the residents, because it's a request from the residents of the town. So,
well, thank you. I was told it's that way, or they have to get a federal grant. But generally, you're not going to get a grant if your taxpayer base is strong enough, and ours is strong enough.
Yeah, right. And then what my suggestion would be, to any time you encounter a police officer,
record it.
You grab this and go to town. That's the only thing you can do.
I started to, but I was shaking so much that the recording only lasted like 2 seconds because I couldn't believe it was happening.
I know I had nothing to do with it, but I do want to say that I'm sorry that you encountered that, because not all I'm friends with multiple police officers. They would never. I'm going to tell that story too, and it's just insane.
Yeah.
It's
well,
insane.
I've spoken to other officers in the area that I know in different cities, that same thing. But I came to find out that this specific officer is a veteran, has severe PTSD, and lost his 6-year-old daughter a couple years ago.
Okay.
Horrible.
And I'm sorry that happened. That's horrible. But that's not your fault.
Correct. But he doesn't need to be on the street with a badge and a gun either.
Right. That's right. If you can't handle, if you have those ailments, then go get help, and you'll have to do something different, because
you have to know yourself. Yeah.
That's right. That's, your limits, what you can handle. No, that's
and
not.
I had actually told the chief that. I said, if anyone failed this officer, it's you guys. You know his background, his story. You failed him. This is your police force. So, and unfortunately, that's a common thing. Vets come back. They become officers, and we all know our VA doesn't take care of our vets when they come home.
They don't. We spend all our money on everybody else overseas. We don't pay for our own people. We cover everybody else's problems except for ours. So yeah.
Facts.
I'm not even going to get into that, because that's a whole different show. But
just to move on from that, I just wanted to give that little anecdote. And I know that's just one small example, but I was kind of speaking to what J-Rod was saying as far as, the FBI is being investigated, but, what about everywhere else? This was just a little teenage party,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it was ridiculous. I can only imagine what happens other places. So.
Well, and double check your phone, because you can look it up. Whatever model you have, there is or should be a quick setting on your phone where you double tap a couple buttons and it automatically takes you to record. So you don't even have to
Yep,
you don't even have to go through your apps or nothing. Just look up your phone's model, see what the quick setting is for video.
It was set up. It was set up for emergency purposes, just like that. So there you go.
Thank you for that. And like you were saying too, we teach our kids to respect police. Now I see my almost 17-year-old son seeing his mom spoken to by an officer like that, way out of line. And that's why I told the chief
C
of police.
word. Ooh.
Yes. I said, listen, officer, this city that we live in, this is a place where people plant roots. I work my ass off to send my kids to the school that they go to. Okay.
Right.
People plant roots here. These kids, this is the next generation. And tell me what's going to happen the next time, they get pulled over for a speeding ticket. They're going to be scared of you. You're going to see them as being non-compliant and combative.
That's right. And guess that's how we lose children.
Yes.
That's how we lose our children.
Yes. And I'm like, this is just going to be a perpetual issue when it starts. You're supposed to be the leaders of the community.
It's not going to get better until we stand up and make it get better, period.
And we need to do it now.
That's right. We're
continue to do it.
Of change, and we have to make it happen, folks. In every aspect of the government, we have to make these things happen. Children's services, police, all of it. We have to be the one to make the stand to make it happen. We have that right. This is our country. These are our children. These are our homes, period. That's just how it is. We have to stop putting up with all of this garbage.
Dagon, before I go, because I don't want to take too much time, so we allow more people to come up to the panel.
Well, yeah,
I want to leave you with two quick things. I got told by not confirmed source, but I need to put that out there. Just the August the 2nd hearing.
Yeah.
In this case, it's gonna be very telling. Write it down. August the 2nd.
I've heard that too. I have had that.
It's gonna be very, very telling against the prosecution. Just want to put that out there in the airway so people don't go out a little too crazy. The other thing that I wanted to say, I appreciate you, Dago, for having me here. Also, I don't want people to misunderstand our reasons to be here. We're here for the victims.
That's right.
We're here for the victims. We want justice for the victims. We want justice for Kylie Rodney. We want justice for the Idaho 4. This is our main focus here. We want justice for the upcoming generations. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And when I said the time of death in court for a death penalty case, if you don't have time of death, you cannot confirm no cell phone data. You cannot confirm no narrative from anyone. The eight minutes, we cannot confirm that without a time of death.
That's right.
It could be an hour.
Very, very, very clear to the whole community in true crime. If you don't have a time of death, everything that is being said don't mean nothing, because you can prove timeline. You cannot have a timeline out of cell phone activity.
Yeah.
You cannot have a timeline, a time of death out of cell phone activity.
Right.
That's a no-go in court. Let's please give a little breath of calm and peace to the community. Just saying that without an accurate forensic time of death for all 4 victims, nothing, not no video footage from no car, not no cell phone data, not no nothing. Again, I want to be clear, the night shift, for those that don't know yet, the night shift at this day today, the DNA and night shift, if this move on to trial, is already out the case. For those that don't know that, for those content creators are, but they have the night shift, they have DNA, just so y'all know, it was written. They are not going to share the information of this night shift DNA because they don't want to provide discovery for that finding.
Yes.
So now they have to apply to the court to allow the DNA sheath to be used in this case. So I said that to say this. Then now the judge need to take it up on consideration to allow that evidence to come in. Second of all, thank you so much. We love you, Doctora Latina. Second of all, if you are going to bring it to trial, now you have to offer the whole discovery. So either or, you know what I'm saying? So I just want to leave that there, leave you with that nugget, leave you with a smile on the face. I appreciate everyone, guys. Just so y'all know, if you allow me, there go. I got striked by Michelle Lee. Hey, Michelle Lee, what's up, girl? How you doing? I got striked by Michelle Arts. I got striked, so I'll be for a whole week out of my J-Ra On Point channel. But I have, if you allow me, I have the On Point Family channel, and I have the J-Ra On Point Live channel. Is linked on my page on my J-Ra On Point. So if y'all want a little bit of content for within the next week, I'll be in the On Point Family channel, or I'll be in the J-Ra On Point Live. Thank you so much, Dago, JC. Thank you so much, Angela. Thank you so much. Y'all are actually the GOATs. Okay. So I appreciate y'all for the opportunity for being here and spending time with such a beautiful people, such a beautiful community.
Thank you.
I'm honored to be here, and I'll see y'all around.
All right, brother. Have a great day, and thank you for speaking your mind, my friend. I appreciate you.
There you go.
And thank you for being so supportive in the show since you came in the
guys,
show too,
always.
J-Ra.
God bless you, and I love y'all. Thank you for the opportunity. Have a good day.
Yes, sir. All right, brother. Take care.
Snipers.
I'm gonna hop down as well. I'll let you guys take over. I just wanted to piggyback off of Patricia and J-Rod and how this does speak to a broader issue. And I know like there's sometimes lulls in the Idaho case, and obviously your channel, your content, whatever you want to do with it, but might be a good idea maybe to shine some light on some of these corrupt cases that we know of, you know what I mean? Just so people can kind of, not to like bash law enforcement or anything. That's not like my intention.
Yeah, it needs looked at though.
Just to educate.
We're looking at the Gilgo Beach case tomorrow, and it has been talked about.
That's what I heard. I saw some thumbnails of it. I haven't really seen much content.
Flora,
Flora.
Yeah.
Check out anything Flora 4, please.
Yes.
I mean, there's a lot of it, guys, and it's a scary, scary thing.
Yeah.
Alrighty, I'm gonna hop down. Thanks, guys. I'll be in chat.
Thank you so much, Angela. I appreciate you. All of you that jumped up here, I appreciate you guys.
See you, CJ.
You have a wonderful day, dear. We're moving on, folks. Thanks for staying up. Are you hanging up here with me, bud?
If you want me to, man, it's totally up to you.
Of course. Of course.
And I'm not saying, I just want to say one thing, and I have a question for you too, man, when it comes to stuff that was being talked about. But, this is what everybody has to understand when it comes to this mainstream media. Okay, it's not that it's about bashing. You guys have to understand that they have a corporate, there's a boardroom above them, and they have to hit a certain percentage of growth every quarter, regardless of what goes on in the economy. And so that's where a lot, not that I'm questioning certain people's credibility or anything like that, because they have pressure. And that's what I mean by the new news is because we don't have that corporate boardroom telling us you need 4% growth every quarter. And so we have to not say or say certain things that match up with the sponsorships and all this other stuff. And so that's why we're able to say and talk about the things that should be talked about, but that can't be talked about on certain platforms. And it's because we have that freedom to be able to say those things without worrying about that 4% growth.
Oh yeah, I agree.
From the boardroom.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now I have a question for you, man.
Hopefully, I have an answer for you.
Is there a difference in procedure Okay, so J Rod and Angela and everybody was talking in the very beginning of the conversations about like how the time of death and all of those topics, right?
Yeah.
And so I was wondering, because I always wondered when they first came out and they said that it was an unalive, self-unalive in the very, very, very beginning, and that the community didn't have to worry. Now, how would that be approached with either them addressing the crime scene as a unalive, self-unalive, which the crime scene would then be in a focused area because you don't think anybody left the crime scene, compared to when you then switch to saying that the house was a target and all of a sudden the crime scene is expanded. What different approach is there when it comes to somebody showing up on the scene and it being a unalive, self-unalive, compared to somebody showing up on the scene, initially it being what it ended up becoming, which was an expanded crime scene? Like, is there a different way that they approach
different protocol, you mean?
Yeah, different protocol is what I'm trying to say. It's
always, from what I understand, the situation should all be investigated the same way, and then the outcome from the investigation is where that comes into play. You know what I'm saying? Because they have to find that out to be a fact. It can look that way, but it has to be investigated to prove it, if that makes any sense. Is that what you're saying?
Right. So now, once they get to that point, once they get to that point, then does the protocol change?
I mean,
based off of the two different scenarios.
As far as a self-unaliving and somebody like an unaliving self-unaliving, there's a little bit of a change from what I've seen. I know my protocol is different, because we have to, well, mine was different. I don't do it anymore, but when it was, mine changes because now we have to preserve a crime scene, as compared to if you go in under thinking the pretenses that it's a self-unaliving, or you don't. There's different preservation that needs to be done to that scene. Okay. And it's all, there's a protocol that has to be followed, standard operating procedure that has to be followed for all of that. So yeah, it would. Go ahead.
Would it be fair to say that because when they came out to that first presser, when Fry was standing in the parking lot of the property, and he was saying that it was a unalive, self-unalive situation, I would assume that before he went out to make that presser, they already reached the conclusion that it was an unalive, self-unalive, and they already started processing the scene as an unalive, self-unalive, not processing the scene as all unalive, and the perpetrator was not there. Like, the difference in it, because and that's what I'm wondering, like, we're questioning a lot of how things were collected and things were processed, and I'm wondering, because of how they looked at it in the very beginning and then proceeded until they came out and switched their gear. I'm wondering, did we potentially lose, or did we potentially something get altered because it wasn't looked at the way it should have been looked at from the beginning?
I mean, that's a good question. It is a good question. I don't even know how to answer that at this point, buddy.
Like, if you're approaching it different, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh shit, like the parking lot, perfect example. You show up, the crime scene tape is around the house.
Yeah.
And then later on, all of a sudden, oh shit, we moved it to the parking lot. And that's what I'm saying right there. You lost evidence right there.
Oh, 100%.
Because you let everybody come park all over the freaking parking lot because you thought it was an self-unalive situation, instead of coming to the conclusion that it was an unalive situation, and then you would have blocked off that parking lot from the very beginning.
Yes.
So you were already lost. I mean, what are you going to search? What are you going to search when you already let all these other cars park on the parking lot, and then you expand the crime scene? I don't.
Well, of course, that's where the contamination came into effect, 100% from the beginning. I know what you're saying. You know, like how can you do that now at this point? I think when they first went into this scene and realized that it was a little bit more than what they thought it was, well, a lot more than what they thought it was at first, they had to expand it, and they kept expanding it. And as Chief Fry said, they expanded it to other places in the city. Okay, which is this is why this whole thing is such a mess. It's a huge mess, and you can't bring that. You can't get that back. You can't get that back. You know what I mean? And that's sad. That is what has caused such chaos, I think, in a lot of senses with this. You can't make these mistakes. Okay, this case in itself is an enigma wrapped in a, you know what I mean, in its own it's such a, I can't even think of the right word to say, guys, but it's a mess, and it's so in depth and high profile that it has to be looked at and handled with kid gloves in a sense, and they ruined it from the very beginning. That's all I'm saying. So now we're here, you know, they're trying to pick pieces up and put things back together the right way, and you can't. You know, it's like a puzzle that was water damaged. They don't fit anymore. So
you just played it out right there with what you just said. They threw a whole bunch of shit. They, you know, if you look at it like that crime scene, shit was botched.
Yes.
Like you just said, they threw a whole bunch of shit together to make something fit. PCA. Now, you know, and then they have to answer for it. Now we're at that stage.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's where we're at right now, like he just said. And so now certain things are starting to come into effect. Okay. And with that being the way it is, it's starting to show a little bit of more, it's starting to make a little bit of sense now. Okay. As to where we're all here sitting with our hands in the air going, what the hell is this? Okay. None of this is this can't be real. This doesn't make sense here. That doesn't make sense there. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Now there's certain things that are coming in perspective now as we see it, and we're seeing where the mistakes were made. We're seeing where the problems are. We're seeing what caused these things to be problems and mistakes. And I all I can do, and all any of us can do, is pray that they keep doing it that way and make it right all the way through. You know what I mean? It's sad to say that, but I mean, you know, I still have faith in law enforcement. I still have faith in some law enforcement that's involved in this case, because that's just who I am. You know,
you have to.
Not all of it, but I do have that, you know, that hope that they will make things right. That's all I'm saying. So, I do want to. Was that all your question, bud?
Yeah, that was just. I was just wondering, like, you know, was there? Because I can just see how it was just botched from the beginning. Because I don't know how anybody could have came. Like, seriously, I just don't see how anybody could have came up with self-unalive. I just from the first time I heard it, I'm just like, what the hell, dude?
Same with
like, what the
the
hell?
overdose. Yeah, same with the overdose thing where they tried to change it up immediately, you know, real quick like that it went from this to an overdose to this to that to the. I mean, it's been a mess from the beginning, guys. Every single bit of this case is off and has been off, and it's wrong. It's all wrong. Okay. And if they have the ability, thank you so very much, Doc. I appreciate that very much. CJ, no definitive causes of death made at crime scene. This is done by medical examiner. If law enforcement follows forensic protocol, the presence of EMS, thank you, and the coroner should mitigate problem with unalived versus self-unalived. Thank you. And that is why I was so freaked out and so upset about the fact that EMS was not allowed to step foot in there, because that is where it comes from. You know what I'm saying? It's bothered me from the day that I heard that. I didn't even realize that in the beginning until Annie came in here and said, yeah, did you know? Because she knows my history with that this wasn't even something that happened. And I went like, what? Looked into it, and it absolutely wasn't. And I wondered, why it's not in the PCA. It should be, because they were not allowed to go in. Mabbott was not allowed to go in when she wanted to. That's wrong. That is all wrong. Okay. And that alone in itself tells its own story by itself, folks.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah. They just weren't used to people digging in their shit like we are nowadays,
That is right. 100%.
And we're here. And we ain't got that 4% boardroom talk. We're here. It's called pressure.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
True.
All right, folks. I do need to get this other video here rolling. Because we're running low on time. Sorry. I want you guys to pay attention to this. This is we're gonna review this real quick. This is from Neeks Peaks. It's called The Badge. It's been requested by a lot of subscribers in here, a lot of people that want to see this.
I never even heard of it.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's the same people that made the video that that Rory had on his Tommy brought onto Rory's channel last night. Very, very interesting to see, guys. So I do want you guys to check this out. And then we're going to talk about it a little bit as we can. And if we have some time left at the end, if there's anybody else has anything to say, I will definitely try to bring you guys in for that. I appreciate your guys' thoughts, theories, opinions, everything today. It's been wonderful. It's been a wonderful, wonderful show. So thank you for that, folks. Very much so. Hold on a minute, guys. All right. And I did it again every time. 1 second, folks.
StreamYard's bugging. Come on, StreamYard. You got one job. You got one job.
It's doing its thing once again. Gotta love it, right? All right. All right, let's try this one more time. And again, guys, let me know what the audio sounds like, if there's any problems. Okay, that's good. I'm going to speed it up just a little bit. Get through it quicker. And we should be good. All right.
They're trying to suppress the story. I don't want to do it. He doesn't have to go up the steps. I'm just going to say, what's it lead to me? I earned that. I paid for that funeral. I paid for that. It's my right. You ain't taking that from me.
Calm down.
If you don't want to say nothing, that's your bet. But don't say I'm leaking anything. I paid that bill. Sent my daughter to college to get an education. She came back in a box, and I can speak on that.
Patrick, don't mind. Let's continue this conversation in private, Patrick. I think some people are eavesdropping.
Oh, yeah, I see this.
So the peaks, am I crazy neeks or am I super observant neeks? Super observant motherfuckers. Duh. It would do you well not to ignore me when I tell you that I spot the bobo. I have an eye for it. In fact, this is probably why criminal informants come in handy, because there's just something about a cop. And if it talks to its hand a lot and kind of looks out of place, maybe a little bit older than everyone else, hanging out with people it doesn't really seem like he jives with, well, he might be a cop. How do I know? Well, the Facebook of the Moscow Police Department is the source. Oh, isn't that ironic? Isn't that ironic, don't you think?
I want to thank you guys all for coming here today. This is the Gonzalez family. This is the Gonzalez family. We got Jack up here. This is the Gonzalez family. The Gonzalez family.
Disclaimer: this video is intended for documentary and educational purposes only. It contains depictions of real events and crimes, which may be disturbing to some viewers. Viewer discretion is advised. Given the murderer's ability to make phone calls from Kaylee and Maddie's phones, as well as order food from Xana's phone, it is important to approach the timeline of the murders with caution. Murderers often employ the tactic of introducing red herrings, which are misleading clues or false evidence to divert attention and complicate investigations. It is essential to be aware of this possibility and exercise caution when considering any information or clues.
Yeah, I'm 21.
You got the ID on you?
I don't. Okay. I'll take it back to my apartment if you need. Okay. Sorry. You have a driver's license? I don't have it. What? No, in general. MIC or MIP?
Confusion surrounding whether to issue a citation for minor in consumption or minor in possession raises suspicions of a potential red herring. It seems perplexing why the officer would be uncertain about which citation to wondering give. If Dirty Dirt was already 3 sheets to the wind before they spotted him, or if he's just got a tight grip on a damn drink. It's the million-dollar question, all waiting with bated breath to find out if Dirty Dirt's a seasoned drinker or just a master of holding on tight. Stay tuned for the next episode of Dirty Dirt's Drinking Dilemma as we uncover the truth behind this uproarious mystery.
Dirty Dirt? What?
Yeah, I thought that was interesting too.
I watched this a long time ago, dude. Actually.
23604. Do you write these MIC or MIP?
Have you seen this yet, Vega?
Not this one, no.
Okay. Yeah, let me know what you think after.
The yellow there.
I just don't see it.
Those 4 students killed in Moscow at the University of Idaho. She is now facing the reality that the person she trusted most with 4 of her cases is now representing her daughter's accused killer. Here's that conversation. So, Kara, what was your first reaction when you learned that your former attorney is representing the man accused of killing your daughter?
I'm heartbroken. I'm heartbroken because I trusted her. She pretended that she was wanting to help me, and to find that out that she's representing him, I can't even convey how betrayed I feel.
Have you had a chance to speak with her about this?
No, I haven't spoken with her. I found out through a friend who found it on Reddit. So,
you found out through a friend through social media. You weren't notified by Ann Taylor, your attorney, herself?
Right now.
And have you tried to reach out to her?
No, I just found out today, literally.
Ms. Taylor clarified that her name appears on all documents in the public defender's office, but the individual representing the named person in each case is specified below her name. She mentioned a specific issue related to media attention on 2 cases involving Xana Kernitle's mother, Ms. Kemital. Ms. Taylor explained that she had no contact or relationship with Ms. Kemital and that most of the media reporting on the Kootenai County cases was untrue. Ms. Taylor stated that she had discussed the situation with Bill Thompson and Ashley Jennings, as well as with individuals at the Idaho State Bar Counsel's office, and they all concluded that there was no conflict as long as the defendant was comfortable with her continuing as counsel.
At KOHBERGER, when he was 19 years old in 2014, he was arrested and charged with misdemeanor theft for stealing his sister's iPhone. Records indicated that he allegedly said to his father not to do anything stupid. His father had explained that KOHBERGER had suffered drug addiction at the time. KOHBERGER didn't serve any jail time. There's no public record. There's no more details of the case. It's possible it was expunged or he entered into a rehabilitation.
This is a surveillance device. You'll notice he keeps it on the girls even when it's fucking awkward, even when it's stretched behind his back, and you'll notice that he's actually clicking. It's been a minute since I watched the whole video.
See, I think it's a can of pop.
Either the whole video or highlights, depending on how long this episode
I agree.
turns out to be.
I think it's a
You'll
Coke
notice
can.
someone else is carrying this big ass bag downtown. I know girls that don't even like to take their wallet. They
Now this right here is true.
certainly not this big ass bag.
Watch
And
this.
Yeah.
This part right here.
awkward and no one will see.
Yeah. Yeah, the swap.
Well, that's crazy.
If I have like a free grub truck on my like.
And all of the operatives taking pictures and whatnot. You'll even note that the beginning of the video starts with some code, maybe?
Is the carbonara effect. Welcome to the
Dude, the
carbonara
first 2 hours are nuts.
Tonight we getting down and dirty.
I couldn't believe how
All
nuts.
of
Like,
the magic.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't realize until we went through it.
You
Like
don't know
that. I was like,
secret.
holy crap.
It's peanut butter.
Their conversations, bro, in the first 2 hours is
Trying to find the right language for a task
They're
force
definitely
was a
weird.
struggle, and I should have
Dude.
went with because I think that people understand the word sting better than they do task force. Okay, a mini task force that is a sting that people are used to is like the DUI stings that they set up and they want everyone to take a breathalyzer. Most people have been through those, or speed traps, or et cetera, et cetera. A lot of the times, those are ran by task force. Now, task force go from small to big to multi-jurisdictional. Now, we know that the Quad City Task Force is something that works multi-jurisdictionally with the Moscow City Police. They are drug enforcement
for me.
So one would be fine if I was getting prostitute or
Yeah, yeah, that's going to be almost 2 pounds of food.
I better get two.
Okay, you got it.
yeah. He checks for her a couple times too, and then all of a sudden
1 5 cheese, 1 basil pesto.
hand swap, and then move to another location.
Yeah.
It's sketchy as hell.
2 Don.
Sketchy as hell.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, you never seen that, bro? Yeah, and then he comes around and stands in another spot. Dude, if you go to this part, you can see him look around the grub truck twice. And then the second time he looks around, then the girl in the blue Idaho sweater comes around. They do the hand swap. You see him put his hand in his pocket right before she comes over there. And then as she walks by, then he comes around and goes to a different spot in the group. It's freaking.
What the hell was
dude.
that?
Yeah, man.
Wow.
Dude, I'm telling you.
Okay, like some of this I thought is kind of like a little reach.
Yeah.
Like that I mean, dude.
Yeah, man.
What the hell
I'm telling
was
you,
that?
we dug into this motherfucker. It took us 4 nights, but we dug into it. And I'm telling you, man, like, dude, there's so much. There's so much. Like, I never dug into it like we did.
Oh,
And
I'm
it
so
was
sorry, Dive. I didn't see that. I never saw that one. I thought it was somebody else
bro.
saying, "Don't Dive" has been telling. Yeah, she has been screaming this at me.
Yeah.
Um.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's
Hold on a minute, folks. That was crazy. No way.
dude.
I'm gonna back that up and slow that down because that was
You
insane.
you got to go into the first 2 hours and just listen to the
Somebody told me the
conversations
first 8
over and
minutes
over.
is insane too, but holy shit. Excuse my language.
Yeah. No,
That
man.
is crazy. Hold on, folks. I'm slowing that down and
Dude.
we're gonna watch that again.
And just real quick though, dude,
Yeah.
when you start to go in, because these guys reply to the Twitch, there's a certain tier level of donations for what
Yeah, I
gets
was
read
watching that on
out.
your channel,
Dude,
right?
this, I'm telling you, man, this, and then somebody else said, dude, check out what they suggest after their stream's over. Dude, I'm telling you, it's a freaking creep show, bro. And these dudes sit there on this creep show and donate and buy these girls, I mean,
Right,
it's oh my gosh, it's sick. It's disgusting.
I can't believe what I just saw. That's the problem. So yeah.
It's disgusting.
It makes you go a whole different look at this. So yeah, hold on, guys. We're gonna watch that slow.
That's gonna be almost 2 pounds.
I better get
Okay, you got it.
I got
2 pork tacos? Done.
Okay, so he goes looking for her. You can see him looking. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
1 5 cheese, 1 basil pesto, 2 pork tacos, $24.50 for you. Thank you.
And right there, he's switching hands with his soda can so that he can use that hand.
And he was putting his hand in his pocket before that too, in his coat pocket.
Yep. Oh my God. You gotta be kidding.
It was something you could fit in the palm of your hand, because right before she comes there, and I don't know if this channel shows this part, but if you go to the grub truck video, right before she comes over there, he digs his hand in his fucking coat pocket and then like takes it back out, and you can see him, like, it's something inside of the palm, dude. It's like if you ever, if you were around anybody that was on the street, you know what I mean? There's a certain way that you cup it and fold it inside your palm. Shit gets dealt in a handshake. And it's almost like it was something that he could cup inside of his palm. And then once he looks for her a couple times, it's obvious he's looking for her. He then turns around, because he wasn't standing over there all the time. He turns around, she comes by, and as soon as she comes by, then he goes right back around to where he's standing right there.
Yep. All right, let's do this again one more time, folks. I'm like floored right now.
Or etc., etc.
Hopefully it shows him digging in his coat.
Those are ran by task force. Now task force go from small to big to multi-jurisdictional. Now we know that the Quad City Task Force is something that works multi-jurisdictionally with the Moscow City Police. They are drug enforcement.
So one would be fine if we're getting or
yeah.
I don't know about all that, but
almost 2 pounds.
The signal and all that.
Okay.
Right.
2 pork tacos? Done. 1 cheese, 1 basil pesto, 2 pork tacos, $24.50.
He is definitely looking for her right now. There's no two ways around that. Okay.
Thank you.
And this is part of a big picture, Deetra. It's not.
Wow.
And then he just comes right back around. Watch. He looks around for a second, make sure nobody notices. All right, nobody noticed. Now I'm going to come back around to the group and... Yep. Where I was originally standing. And I don't think that it's a camera or nothing. I think it was a cocaine.
No, I watched
some of
them
this
again.
stuff I don't. Yeah.
People have fallen. People have fallen. Sorry, I'm talking to a stranger. Oh, you're so good. Absolutely, thank you. How you doing? I'm doing extremely well. That sounds good. Yeah. For the big grill, would you like pork or chicken?
Wow.
Yep.
Does anybody know who that girl is?
You can see her face clean as day as soon as she
I know.
comes up to order.
Well, I'm about to get Mikey to do the facial recognition scenario with her.
I thought somebody had thrown the name out there before.
Big grill chicken and Mountain Dew. We're gonna do $11.
You know,
that is unreal, bro.
Supposedly, whenever they took
As
the state back from the...
What's that?
As we were going, and this is what's going to be crazy too, man. In them first 2 hours, as we're going through the grub truck stuff, deep diving, Unravel was up on panel with me one night, and there's a couple interesting vehicles that are floating around that we Soupy can.
Oh yeah, I was there for that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to eat your faces.
Yeah, it is the whole, not that it's they were part of the crime. I don't, I see some stuff there. It's not that. It's part of the bigger picture. It's all of these different pieces that, when you start digging into it, like we're taking the grub truck and then we're going to be using that deep dive, and then we're taking that into all of the other footage, the Banfield and all these other things. And then we're going to start to compare the grub truck with this and this and this. And we're basically going to be creating like a bird's eye view based off of different things, audio, conversations, odd things that take place in all of this different stuff. And it'll be like having a bird's eye view of it down, because a lot of this shit has got to be connected in some way.
Somebody said that they're saying that her name's Peyton. It's not Peyton, you guys think.
Oh, okay.
But
I was gonna say,
yeah, Kim's not Kim's daughter. No, it's not the Peyton. It is.
Oh no, not that one. I'm thinking it was wasn't it the girl that has something to do with the Jeep? I think I might be wrong. Is that girl?
I'm gonna look into it after this now, because that I saw with my own eyes. Okay, and I'm sorry, the Raging Cajun, she's up here with us too, brother. What's up, Dive? And I'm sorry I didn't listen to you, dear. I thought I was looking at something else. I was trying to listen to you, but I never saw that. So,
oh no, Daco, that's okay. I mean, hey, it is what it is. I've been kind of neglected on talking about what I know and what else that I have. I don't think I feel comfortable right now without maybe you and CJ checking this out. I can't send it to you. I don't know how to send it to you, but we could go in I think what's called the back chat, and I can tell you how to find what else I found. When I'm going to do that, you and CJ look at there's a couple of videos. Okay. Y'all look at them. The first one, they're kind of weird, but when you're I know that you probably heard about these pictures and seen them. Yeah. But what I need for y'all to find out is there's a connection with Saeed's phone and what's on what it's showing on his phone in the video on Banfield. When you go back and y'all compare that, and then go back on what y'all are going to look up when I'm going to tell you how to find it. Then you look at that and you tell me that's not connected. And if you tell me no, that's not connected, I love you and CJ to death, but I'm going to tell you right now, y'all damn wrong. That's all I gotta say.
Okay.
It's connected. And way back about 5 months ago, they had a bunch of people that were talking about it and saying stuff about it. And when I said, you know what, let me see what these people are talking about it, because it was like a bunch of people and then it just went away. You didn't hear it no more, see it no more. And when I found there was somebody on another YouTube channel posted this guy's name, which this guy's name is a fake name. Whoever put these videos out there, put all this stuff, I don't know who it is, but I can tell you right now, they used this guy's name as a fake name, because I investigated that guy. I check into everything because I want facts. I don't want to hearsay this.
I get it.
I'll check into stuff. If I, well, when I looked up this guy, and I'm like, no, I don't think he would know anything about this. I don't think he did this. I think there's people out there and they randomly can take people, put their name like a scammer, them scammers that can go take people's pictures and their name and act like that's theirs. Well, I think that's what this person did. And what I want to know, how did Saeed get the pictures on his phone compared to what this guy's got on his website? That not the name that I'm gonna tell y'all, but the guy that took over this guy's name. That's the same. It's like the same pictures. So it's like there's something connected. It's got to be. Okay, so I'm gonna go in back chat and I'm gonna tell both of y'all, only y'all for right now. Y'all decide if y'all want to put it on here, and for everybody to see in chat, because it don't matter. But I know you and CJ are gonna say, well, I don't know. I don't know if we want to put this. So let me write it down, and then that's it. I'm getting out of here. Okay.
All right, hon. I appreciate you. We appreciate you.
This is, how everybody's been saying this is way bigger than what anybody knows. It is.
Oh yeah.
That's all I got to tell you.
Yeah.
And
It
I can
smells
tell you
that
right
way.
now, and if there's any, I'm gonna say this, and I don't give a rat's ass. If there's a frat in chat, all I gotta say is, you're gonna go down. When the truth comes out, you know who you are, and you will go down for what y'all did. And it's way more than one person. Okay, I know that for a fact. It's a fact. It was
What
not
did
Brian
you say?
Kohberger.
If there's anyone, okay.
If there's a fraternity or sorority in the chat right now, I don't give a rat's ass. Okay, if you're in here and you're hearing me, because I can tell you right now, it's gonna come out. The truth's gonna come out what y'all did. I promise you. So let me go in back chat and put right. I've been screaming the people around those four that knew them, saw them on a daily basis, was around them. They got something to do with this, and they know they do. They know it.
I just want to add, does it have to do with Sigma Chi? Because I'm doing some shit this weekend on it.
Yeah.
And it kind of sounds like what I'm, okay. All right.
All right. Well, I was gonna mention. I was actually gonna ask you, CJ, if you wanted to work on that with me, because I was gonna do it too. I'm covering another. You don't have to, but I was just saying it's something we could do together and put it out together. But either way, it's fine with you. You can do your thing, whatever.
Okay, let me put in back chat real quick, so I don't want to spend too much time on here.
That's fine. That's fine.
Hold on.
When were you planning on doing it, man? I was gonna do like a Saturday night members only Sigma Chi
Oh,
thing.
okay. Well, no, go ahead and do your thing. It's just something I was gonna be working on down the road, because I'm doing Giglio Beach or whatever the heck, however you say it, tomorrow, and we're gonna get into that too. And I'm gonna keep going back and forth with both of them. So down the
If you're
road.
not busy Saturday, bro, come join the members only. And
okay, we can do that. That's fine.
Yeah, if you already,
By the way, I just hit 6K, guys. Thank you all so very much for that.
Congrats, man.
Appreciate you all so much. Thank you, Stevie. Appreciate you, brother, and all of you for helping to make that happen. You guys rock and roll. But yeah, thank you. Don't dive. And
did you get it? Did y'all get it?
Yes.
Okay. Just YouTube that, and I think there's maybe 2 videos. Just pay attention to the intro and stop it. Look, zoom it in and look at all the figures in it. Just look at those, just the little bitty things that you would say, well, what is the hell is this? Just take notice of all those little things. Whoever designed this film, whoever made this video, okay, it's really weird. It is. There's some facts to it. That's all I gotta say.
It's in the intro.
Just look at the intro of it starting.
Okay.
And stop it and zoom in and look at all the little things around it. It just, because in the beginning I didn't, but then I kept watching it, went back, and I said, this is something to do with that phone that guy had, and it's like he was showing that officer. It's like the officer was okay with it. That's yeah. If you go back and just, you gotta watch.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It is really, I'm telling you, it's connected, guys. I'm telling you right now. I'd be willing to put probably about $1,000 on it. Yep, I would.
Well,
I'm telling you, it's connected. There's something that went down, and it just kind of pisses me off. It pisses me off because they did not. I'm sorry. I hate to keep going on about it, but I'm just
no. I know your voice. When your voice starts to shake, I know when you're upset about something. I already know.
Dago, I'm telling you right now, this is so much more than what. And there's a lot of people in the past, like 5 months ago, that was saying, y'all, I'm telling y'all, this is way bigger. This is way bigger. And it is. Oh my God, it is. Yeah, it is. It's disgusting is what it is. But anyway, okay, let me get off because I'm like, my heart is racing because I'm so upset. I mean, it just breaks my heart.
Calm down, hon. I know it does. I know.
You know how Dago, you know how you're passionate.
Yes, I know you are.
Well, this is the first time I ever come on YouTube and listen, and talk about true crime. And way back when all this started, something told me to jump on it. And I'm like, I did it. I started investigating, looking all over the internet, looking all over. I went in everything. That's why I changed my name from Cajun Chick to Don't Dive, because I dove into one website that I almost drowned it. Put it this way. I had people that was chasing me and email. They got all kind of information on me, all kind of stuff. I went into the wrong room. Put it that way. I ran out of the door of that, and that was Reddit. That was Reddit. I went into a back. I went into a back room, investigating into all this, and well, put it this way, I hauled ass out of there.
No, I understand.
And I paid the
Reddit's not a
price.
good place to be.
Yeah, I paid the price for it. I won't never do that again. But I did find some interesting stuff in there that confirmed some of my thoughts. And I went in there to check it out, and it was right. I was right. But then when some people in there seen what I was looking for, I don't know who they were because they were anonymous, they come after me. So I don't know what was up with that, but they came after me. And like they didn't want me. They didn't want me digging.
I understand.
I had to change email. I had to do all kind of stuff because I was like, oh, hell no, I'll never do that again. But anyway, so check this out. If you want to put it up to show everybody, I kind of want you to.
Honestly, hon, we're gonna have to, because we don't. I've learned that you can't put things in private chat because these people will decapitate me if I don't let them see what it is. So I know what you're
I
saying.
know, yeah, but let me tell you, just you and CJ collaborate on it. Get with Rory, get with Tommy. Y'all talk about it and see, but y'all may not want to when y'all gonna see what's on it. But
Okay.
y'all may say, you know what? Oh yeah, this is coming out. And if it's like if y'all start thinking like, oh my God, she's kind of cuckoo, don't Dobbs kind of cuckoo. Guess what? Oh well, I'll suck it up. I don't care. I've been called worse.
Listen, hon, nothing you've put out and
No.
nothing you've said has ever been cuckoo sounding at all. And
Right.
I trust you. Don't worry.
It's passion, you know,
yes,
and we appreciate
It
that.
is. It about
Yeah.
this, yeah. About this, oh yeah. Oh yeah, because Idaho, Moscow, oh my God, y'all have no idea. Oh my gosh. Okay, anyway,
get
let me
it.
go. Let me get out of here. And y'all do what y'all gotta do with it, and that's okay. You know, whatever. It doesn't matter.
I get
Y'all
it.
have a good
I get it.
day, and thank y'all. Thank y'all so much for what y'all do. There's a lot of
Thank
people
you.
in chat that is so smart, and shout out to Coco and a lot of them in there. You know, there's too many to name.
There's a
There's too
lot.
many
There's
to.
everybody,
Oh
quite a few
God,
people in here. Yeah. This whole
everybody in
community.
that chat. I mean,
Yes.
everybody.
Yes.
And you
I
know
agree.
what? Let me say this before I go. Willie, stand strong, bro. That's all I gotta say. Stand strong in what you believe, and you stick with it no matter what. Because he's
I
got
agree.
passion also.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. That's why he's in here with us. I
Yes, he
agree.
does. Yep, he does. So, okay, y'all take care, and just let me know whenever. You know,
All right,
let me
darling.
know
I
what y'all
appreciate
think.
you very much. Very much.
Okay,
Yeah, thank you.
appreciate y'all
Appreciate
too.
you.
Okay,
All
bye
Thank
bye.
you so much.
Damn it. Lies.
Never think she was cuckoo.
Oh, I've never had that issue with her. No,
Never.
she's awesome.
Never.
I love it. All right, so let's finish this up and then we'll move forward from here. Okay. I don't want to leave this hanging right here, but don't worry, guys. I got it. Huh. Like I
He's
said,
got you.
don't be sending nobody after me, folks. Let's just finish this one up first. Remember, you all love me, okay? That's all I'm saying.
You need Dago here tomorrow, everybody. Come on now.
Yes. I know that people can't handle that thing, private chat, and I don't usually allow that, but I know what she's doing. Let's finish this video, and then Brian, I can bring you up after this video, buddy. I just want to get through this video first. Because this was something that a lot of people wanted to see, and now that I saw that part, I'm floored. So
the neo-Nazis trying to claim Idaho back when it took a federal task force to take them down. This guy said
let me fix the speed first, or we'll be here till tomorrow afternoon. Hold on.
that he served on that task force and told NPR reporters all about it. You can go check that out. Now, they also work with other drug enforcement in other states and jurisdictions to do certain task force there. Well, back in 2016, as you can see here, there was an article about a WSU student who was arrested for selling cocaine on the college's Greek Row. There's actually one article that calls her home as being behind Greek Row, in her home behind Greek Row. Now, these articles also include the details that a criminal informant was involved and that for months they had been investigating this student. So not only do we have the house behind Greek Row commonality, but also I noticed that she happened to be a best year teaching assistant on her LinkedIn. Very strange. Weird coincidence? I think not. Now, the weird thing comes in where we're asking ourselves, cop or informant, because undercover cops and informants are often protected under the same statutes. So even as we're looking at the court work, it's hard to differentiate which is which. Now, add complication to complication here. Undercover cops often are given false identities in which crafted criminal identities are entailed, and these will comfortable with mugshots and all of that, so it's hard to know an informant or an undercover cop. Colonel's dad apparently is ex-military or ex-Air Force, and according to his LinkedIn, managed the International Space Station. Kind of strange. Now, did his ex just happen to get on drugs, or it's hard to know. But I believe that the gag order actually came after her interview with Banfield.
Also learning more about the 31 men who were arrested in the back of that U-Haul in North Idaho.
Court documents now show one man bailed out several suspects from jail. Police say the group has ties to white nationalism and was planning a potentially violent riot near a Coeur d'Alene Pride celebration. KREM 2's Amanda Rowley joining us now with more on this issue. Amanda?
$2,200. That's what one man paid to bail out 7 of the 31 suspects arrested last weekend for conspiracy to riot. Now, Kootenai County court documents include a receipt showing Joshua Plotner made the payment.
A receipt filed in court records shows Joshua Plotner paid $315 plus fees to bail out each of these 7 suspects. They come from Alabama, Utah, Missouri, and Texas. Mitchell Wagner from Missouri is one of the men Plotner bailed out. Wagner was previously charged with defacing a mural of famous Black Americans on a college campus in St. Louis last year. The receipt also lists a number for Plotner and says he lives in Idaho. So far, our calls to Plotner have gone to voicemail, and we have not confirmed if he actually lives in Idaho. Meantime, it's unclear what connection Plotner has to the men he bailed out. As for the remaining suspects, court records confirm 12 paid their own bail, 4 secured surety bonds, while 4 others had their bail paid by people who appear to be relatives.
Now, all 31 suspects are now out of jail. The majority of them have scheduled their court appearances between mid-July and late August. Now, we are continuing to track this as the remaining few get their court dates scheduled.
It can be rather complicated considering the misuse of names and other disguise and deception techniques that will be used during operations like this. So, is Kaylee Goncalves or Kaylee Gonzalez? Because he seems to call himself the Gonzalez, or himself and his family, the Gonzalez family, or the Gonzalez family. I'm sorry. Bit words and things, names and stuff. Okay, so which one is it? Because I don't think that's normal. You guys totally correct me if I'm wrong. I understand that the names can be derived from the same exact surname somewhere originally, and in English have multiple translations, right? But typically, you only see that one translation being used by the English counterparts of that surname. So I really don't think it's normal for them to be referred to as both. And I did happen to find this picture where Kaylee, or under the search for Kayla Gonzalez, I happen to find a girl who does quite resemble Kaylee, but she does have her nose blocked, so it's kind of hard to make a definitive identification, but you can kind of see that she has the same distinct hairline, although it's kind of dyed a little better in the one picture that I used for comparison, but I think that that is Kaylee.
See, I don't see this either. Thing I found most interesting out of it was the hand swap.
Yeah, right.
Have you ever
Some of these
noticed
pictures,
that
I just
Kopaka's picture, which was distributed by the news, the service picture that he has, if you blow up his name tag, it says something and it's very blurry. I couldn't get a clear enough picture to actually see what it says, but you can see enough of it to see it definitely doesn't say Kopaka. Found this, but I happened to find this guy who I saved his picture, and he certainly looks like this person, kind of, except obviously that is an older picture on the left. But And it's certainly, to me, the picture who's most famous of Brett, and it's got a lot of creepy shit around it, which I won't get into for the purposes of right this moment. But if you zoom in on the name tags on this and the picture that I saved as a copper, I think that they look pretty freaking similar, which is very curious. Now, another curious thing is that, as I'd
That
mentioned,
is odd.
contract between the city of Moscow and the University of Idaho.
I'm sure everybody was invested.
Everybody in chat, most people in chat wanted to see this video. That's why I put it up here.
Yeah. That you can tell, like, even some of these, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory when you watch some of it, because you can see these pictures, like Joe and that other guy, they just don't line up. Kaylee being they just don't line up. I think what a lot of people, I don't know, maybe I'm speaking for other people, but I think a lot of people were just trying to point out the fact of the hand swap, because that shit is crazy.
I agree.
But with the comparisons, I don't see them.
Yeah, there's a lot of kind of conspiracy stuff in this. I've never seen it, but
yeah.
And Xana's dad definitely doesn't work for NASA. I agree with Kate on that one. Definitely doesn't. That one
I looked for the new doc. I didn't see one. I tried looking for you, man. I didn't see one.
I couldn't get in. The only new doc we had was that document that explained the alibi thing.
Yeah.
That's the only one.
That's all I'm seeing.
But I'll look one more time. Let me see here real quick if I can even get into it. Hold on. One moment, folks. But that hand thing, that kind of weirded me out. For sure.
Yeah, I wish we could have had you on panel, man.
It
was nuts.
No, there was 2 docs dropped yesterday and yesterday. Notice the defendant's response to state's alibi demand and response to state's motion to reconsider. 2 of them. Because the last thing we had before that was on the 13th. So we have this.
In the background.
I'm sorry.
No, I'll just be looking for you in the background as you're doing your thing with your show and stuff. I'll keep looking.
Okay. Blah. Okay. I'm going to address this comment because I don't like that. Everybody has the right to feel and think what they do, and that's what this channel is all about. If you're not comfortable with that, then maybe this is not the channel for you, okay? Because somebody doesn't say something that you agree with doesn't mean that they're crazy, okay? So, again, like I said, if you're not comfortable with that, nobody said anything about Chinese spy balloons. Nobody was rambling on. People were explaining the way that they felt about this case, and that's everybody's right. So, like I said, if you're not comfortable, you don't have to be here, okay? Thank you. Okay, so this was dropped yesterday, and this is the notice of defendant's response to state's alibi demand. Well, we just had that. This might have a little bit more. It says, comes now Brian C. Kohberger, by and through his attorney of record, Ann C. Taylor, public defender, and hereby files notice in response to the demand for alibi and in compliance, Idaho Code 19-519 and Idaho Criminal Rule 12.1. Mr. Kohberger notes that the Idaho Code reserves his constitutional. Yeah, this is exactly what we already went over. Noteworthy that his alibi indicates a line of proof by which the defendant attempts, excuse me, to show that he could not have committed the crime of which He is accused because he was elsewhere at the time. And it's based on C.C. Borkland alibi defense 27 AM jury proof of facts 2D 431/2023. Defendant's denial of the charges against him does not constitute an alibi, but as soon as he offers evidence that he was at some place other than where the crime of which he was charged was committed, he is raising the alibi defense. And again, Mr. Kohberger's defense team continues investigating and preparing his case. Evidence corroborating Mr. Kohberger being at a location other than the King Road address will be disclosed pursuant to discovery and evidentiary rules, as well as statutory requirements. It is anticipated, this is the big part, folks, this evidence may be offered by way of cross-examination of witnesses produced by the state, as well as calling expert witnesses. That is a very strong statement to me, folks.
And at the very top, the second paragraph, it also states that he will also testify on his behalf.
Yes.
So he's willing.
Right. That's it.
To preserve the right to silence and to testify on own behalf.
Right there. Mr. Kohberger notes that Idaho Code 19-519 preserves his constitutional right to silence as well as to testify on his own behalf. There you go. Okay. I didn't know if you guys got that. And he stands firm on his constitutional right as well as the statutory recognition of that right. Bingo. Okay.
Big document.
Now let's take that one back because we already kind of covered that earlier and go to the other one. 1 second. And that is the response to state's motion to reconsider. Okay. And this is again state versus Kohberger. State response to state's motion to reconsider order staying time for speedy trial. Excuse me. Comes now Brian C. Kohberger by and through their attorney J. Weston Logston, Chief Deputy Litigation, and hereby submits the following response to the state's motion to reconsider order staying time for speedy trial. States, and this was dropped yesterday, folks. The state's motion is concerned only with Mr. Kohberger's statutory right to a speedy trial. Though it never makes that plain, to be clear, there is no way to read a partial waiver of a constitutional right as a full waiver. And it says the CEG State versus Vasquez, 163, Idaho 557, 2018. Other jurisdiction use partial waivers of speedy trial. See, again, Harris versus State, 2022, WL 1486184 at 6 courtapp.iowa. 2022, unpublished, State versus Daly, 639, NW.2D 141 144 CTAPP.NEB 2022. Sorry, or 2002. I'm sorry. City of Parma versus Dobromilski 1995 WL 643768 at *2 court. This is here. This was Parma, Ohio. I remember this.
Yeah, I was gonna say Parma. Shout out Drew Carey.
Yeah, right. That's right near where we're at. I remember this back in '95. Okay. The daily one. Yep. The state cites 2 State versus Lundquist, 134 Idaho 831 2000, wherein the court explicitly states that there is nothing wrong with a partial waiver for purposes of constitutional rights. Amen to that. CID at 834, citing State versus Waverick, 123, Idaho 83, Court APP 1992, citing State versus Kaiser, 116, Idaho 992, 1989, Good Lord. Second, the state demands that, I'm not going to read the rest of those if there's any more, guys. I'm just going to read the whole thing. The state demands that the trial date remain where it is without a waiver of speedy trial. The state is free to take this position, but it is one with consequences. It has long been established that a state may not impose a penalty upon those who exercise a right guaranteed by the Constitution. Constitutional rights would be of little value if they could be indirectly denied or manipulated out of existence. The state brought this prosecution and did so on its own timetable. Now that timetable must abide by Mr. Kohberger's constitutional rights. The state cannot cry foul when its decisions post-arrest make an October trial date unturnable. Interesting. Mr. Kohberger has a right to a fair trial, to a defense, and to due process. So you guys see, it seems to me that now the state is trying to back out of the situation, okay? And they can't, and they're not allowing this. So don't worry, guys. There's not going to be any secrets. I told you guys I got it. Just relax. He is, Mr. Kohberger has right to a due process, correct. He is not required to give up his right to a speedy trial in this matter because the state refuses to provide him materials as to its genetic genealogy search and chooses the protracted litigation involved with a grand jury rather than a preliminary hearing. It is particularly ridiculous that the state claims the public has some stake in forcing Mr. Kohberger to either abandon his constitutional right to defend himself or permit this case to carry on as indefinitely as the state wishes. Either the public wants its trial in October or it does not. The state's position on waiver of speedy trial is its own. Sorry. If the public is to take any interest in this situation at all, it should be to wonder at the cavalier attitude the government has towards one of the fundamental rights secured to our citizens. Amen to that, Miss Ann Taylor. Certificate of delivery, and that's that. So, what do you think of that, bro?
It's all very telling, man.
So
it's
very much.
All very telling.
Yes, I agree. And there it is, guys. I mean, that says right there, the state's trying to back on out of that scenario, and that's what they agreed to in the beginning. Red Baron says they'll silence BK before you blink. It seems like they're trying to, in a sense, but hey. Rolo says, I'm telling y'all, he has the state cornered up. Now watch him switch places with a few public servants and get paid for the monster stacks. I mean, it's possible, dude. You know? Tommy's link is pinned. Or what? What's going on? Okay, let's see what Brian has to say real quick here. What's up, sir? Can you hear me, Mr. Brian?
I can, Mr. Dago. How are you? Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine, brother.
Aren't we impressed? Hi, CJ. I was so embarrassed from the night I tried to come up with you.
You sound great now.
I opened the door back up when I saw you on Dago the first time.
Yeah, no, it was just so funny. No, and even today I was scared. Like when I got back, I was like, "Oh God, CJ's on there. CJ is going to tell Dago not to let me up."
No,
but you guys need to know this is very important to me.
This is
he would never do that, brother. We're together on everything. You got to get that.
No. And you guys know I have so struggled with Brent. So here's what happened for me. Oh, and Dago, I sent you an email that has some links on what I want to talk for a couple minutes. But what happened for me was on the 15th, I kind of heard about it. So I'm going online to try to figure out what the hell just happened. Okay. And I am having a very hard time finding anything. Now, what's going on in my mind is SWAT is fabulous for broadcast news. They're riveting, they're neat, their costumes are awesome, their trucks are cool, the way they walk is amazing, they're educated, they're successful. So as I'm going through, I am starting to get very frustrated and scared. Okay, after all we know about Idaho,
yes,
they are not reporting on this. Why is that? So then what happens is I start to get little tidbits. And I catch on to this is like over like the next 3 or 4 days. What they are doing is they are lying. Shocker. So first they come out and say regional SWAT team killed Brent.
Okay.
Then the next day they changed it to police department killed Brent. Then they change it to, and this really just this set me off. A Washington State University cop murdered Brent. Now, to me, that is a dude that knows the local area. And in the dispatch audio of the whole 9-hour horror, they mentioned suicide. So to me, clinically, that means that Washington State University local cops who spend their lives issuing parking tickets and flipping over beers, they know Brent. They know Brent is sick. They know Brent suffers. This is not SWAT. This is a local cop that murdered Brent. So how it works, and then I get curious. So I'm researching regional SWAT teams.
Well, can I correct you with one thing real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. The guy, he was a Washington State police officer. Okay. But he also was a member of SWAT since 2008.
Yep.
We looked into that just to be sure. I just want you to know. Wanted to make sure you knew that. That's all, buddy. That's all.
Right. No, right. But what you guys all need to know is that I also looked into it.
Okay.
And what regional SWAT team means is in small little towns and cops places, the chief comes in on a Monday at 8 o'clock and says, who wants to pretend they're SWAT? And everybody raises their hand.
Okay.
The chief picks 2 or 3 of his regular street cops. He appoints them. He hands them 10 to 12 pages, typewritten stuff. The end of those 10 or 12 pages is a multiple choice test. The little boys circle the bubbles. If they pass, they get a certificate of attendance and they are now SWAT. They are not SWAT. They are street cops that turn over beers and issue parking tickets for a living.
Right.
What was so exciting to me was that they knew of Brent. Now, do you guys understand that they evacuated that entire building? And Dago, bring up my email. I cut and paste your newspaper articles. They evacuated that entire apartment complex. They bused them to another building.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you all are sitting there at night in your apartment house, whatever, and you are forced to go on a bus, are you sitting here telling me that never in the last 8 months, news media has not found one resident, has not found the name of one roommate, not found the name of another roommate, not found one apartment complex owner who talked about in an 8-hour ordeal where their property was abandoned and bused to the other side of town, and nobody knows a thing. It gets worse, you guys. So at first they start to report, hold on, let me look. So at first they start to say, okay, wait, hold on, give me a second, guys. They report that this is going to be investigated by, Washington State Patrol. Now, you guys need to know by this point, I'm already like, ooh, there's something really wrong with this. So first, they didn't use any tear gas or any percussion. That's not SWAT. SWAT's goal is not to kill people.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Wait, I got to switch page. Hold on, you guys. I'm a little anxious because I am so. Oh, this just so bothers me. They killed him.
It's up on. I pulled it up on the screen, buddy.
Oh, is it? See, you need to know. I can't see that. I can only do. Okay, wait. Is it up there? Oh, good.
Yeah,
oh no, wait. No, that's not me. Oh, that's okay. No, I wanted you to pull up my email, but I'll just keep going. Okay, wait.
This is your email.
Oh, that
It's your
is.
email, buddy.
I have to scroll up and down because I have, no, you got no. Oh, okay, CJ, don't you?
You're so awesome, dude. You're so awesome, man.
We love you, Brian.
It's glad to hear. It's glad to hear
Yeah.
from you, CJ. You have no idea. The next morning when I woke up, I was like, "Oh my god!" And
Bro, you got to understand where I come. Like, you got to understand when people come up with, you know what I mean? Like,
no, my self-talk the next morning was, Brian, this dude is on YouTube, and he's got this wacko guy coming to his channel with no shirt on. Okay, he has a
right. And I say, wave at me. I say, wave at me so I know it's you, and you just pop in the camera real quick and do this, and then hop back out. And I'm like,
I was drunk, you guys. So it was like really bad. Like I ran up. Okay, I looked like a psychopath. Okay, the hair wasn't brushed.
We love you, dude. You're hilarious. I'm telling you.
Okay, so wait. So let me tell you this. This is what they do next. Okay, first they tell us that State Patrol is going to investigate this officer-involved shooting. Okay, sounds good. Then they change it to, are you all ready? I'm going to try to read it. I'm telling you, I have this image of 3 police chiefs out on a Friday night on their 12th beer saying, what are we going to call this? We got to call this. We need to get in regional. Here's the name they came up, you guys, with what is now investigating murdering Brent. It is called, are you ready? Regional Police Area Law Enforcement Critical Incident Investigative Response Team. Bullshit.
Pale shirt. Pale shirt.
Yeah.
Regional Police Area Law Enforcement Critical Incident Investigation Response Team. No, that's the name they came up one night over 7 beers. Let's call it this. So then I'm starting to check that entity out and find out that they never existed on December 14th. Okay. They were created on the 16th. So I'm playing around and I'm looking at them. The bottom line is, guys, and if you want, I'll send you the links. They go, what these people do is they have no training in investigating officer on officer. They're street cops that empty beers and issue parking tickets. It is exactly the same thing as a regional SWAT team. It is a bunch of street cops in podunk small cities that raise their hand and then they get a name. Now, what these people do is every week since they killed him, they issue a template, and it has what they do is they change the date one time per week, okay? And all it says is this is still under investigation. Mm-hmm. Now, probably about 4 or 5 months ago, I emailed Plunder, because she's better at this than me, and I asked her,
right,
could you please try to get a tuck screen on Brent? And she did it, and they came back with still under investigation. So you guys, let me tell you something though. There are other critical incident investigative response teams. And you know what they all do? Nothing. All they do is keep it open. And open for 24 weeks, 26 weeks. Their entire job is to keep it open so that we can have no FOIA information. That is what those things do. Regional Police Area Law Enforcement Critical Incident Investigative Response Team. Are you people kidding me? Come on, guys. give me a break.
But you're saying that this team is doing this to keep this investigation open so that we can't FOIA anything.
Right. Exactly. And let me tell you something, Dago, there's like 8 of these in other cities, like right around there. And I've gone through every single one of them. And it's the same thing. It's every single week. It is a template. Okay. And all they do is change the date every week. And all it says is this is still an open investigation. They write nothing. They do nothing. They're not investigators, you guys. They're street cops. They do nothing. They do nothing other than they killed him.
Do you think that's why it's in the in the paper or in the article it states WSU campus PD, so it distances from the SWAT group itself
100%.
so it doesn't reflect on them, it reflects on
because
no. What I think happened,
they'll have to investigate the SWAT team.
No, what I think happened was, first off, they all what's our MPD's name? Page or Payne, whatever. Okay. What they did not realize is YouTube true crime. We have blown them away. Okay. They thought they were going to get away with this stuff at 1122. They're wrong, obviously. But they didn't know we were going to find out all this stuff.
Right.
And they now do not know what the hell to do. Okay. They're confused. They're lost. Let me also tell you this. It's in my email, but their timeline of that night, December 15th, I don't have it in front of me. It started at I'm going to say 20 to 9 at night, okay?
Yeah.
Then they do nothing till 3, 05, 010, when they finally, this is in 2023, they finally send out a tweet to the whole community at around 3:10, telling them that there's a major incident going on involving a SWAT team. 6 hours later, that's when they sent out their first tweet. It gets better, you guys. What they do then, 10 minutes later, is they block off, and there's a timeline. You have it. I sent it to you. Okay. Yeah. They lock down downtown. Mm-hmm. Okay. And 20 minutes later, they remove Brent's brains. They killed him. Okay. And they killed him for a reason. And we all were together last night on Rory. Dago, you were terrific.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, he had something to do with either being like a narc, something. It's all drugs. It's all drugs, and it's big drugs. And we all learned for hard concrete last night. We are dealing with drugs, crooked cops, crooked fraternities, really scary stuff. And Rory can testify for me. Before everything happened to Rory in Corner Club, oh my God, I started to get so scared for Rory weeks before what happened to him. And I started emailing him.
Yeah, we all were.
Please, no, it was scary. Okay. And now, actually, kind of in a way, I'm kind of a little more scared for Rory now. Okay. And then last night, Washington State mom got on. It's like, don't say that stuff on YouTube. I mean, we're dealing with really bad people, you guys. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't want him to scream when he went there. I was like,
no,
I thought that too. I was like,
I'm like, bro.
Okay, wait, and it seems like there's two more. Another thing they did. Went back to Brent. They tried to say that Brent was setting the apartment on fire. Okay,
what,
guys? You really think that street police cops standing in front of this in the 6th hour of an alleged hostage situation in an empty building, the building's empty, the roommates are gone, you really think SWAT is going to kill somebody? The building was empty. It's in my email to you. They go, the building is empty. They bust him off somewhere else. Please, you're really going to kill him. But then they said he tried to start a fire. So this is like 3 or 4 weeks later, and I finally find a picture of Brent's window. Okay, and it was boarded up where they killed him. Okay, there's no suit. There's no smoke coming. There's no fire truck. Then let's go back. I'm kind of wound up here. Go back 3 weeks. I think it was Daily Mail, and it was in the 3rd or 4th day where I'm already hot on this. This is bad. Okay, there is and you guys are going to laugh at me, and I can only say this my way because I don't do guns. Okay, we go to the delicatessen, guys. We shop for roast beef. We don't go hunting. Okay, we go to the store. There is a tripod thing in front of Brent's apartment window, sitting out in the apartment complex parking lot with a machine gun on it, unattended. There was just this solo picture. Yeah. With those machine gun things sitting in the parking lot. SWAT teams don't get on their belly anymore. They're sharpshooters. They're snipers. They stand up, they shoot. Also, SWAT doesn't leave machine guns in the middle of apartment complexes. And you guys, if you have not seen Rory, I wish Rory was here. You guys need to go to Rory's 522. That's all I know what it is. About Brent, Brian, or no, we'll do it this way. That white car and that cell phone together went to Brent Kopacka's apartment complex, guys. It is in the PCA. It is also in the PCA that the white car and that cell phone number went back to Brent Kopacka's apartment. It is also said Rory was there. Rory did a video on this. It is 6 minutes. A mob crew also did one too. Yeah. He went to Brent's apartment complex before he went to Moscow, and he went to Brent's apartment complex before he went home. That is not me. I am not speculating. I am not gossiping. It is in the PCA. For all of you that are better at this than I am, it is Nevada Street and Stadium Avenue. And then the other way was Johnson Street. Okay, that is Brent's Coffee House Apartments. Okay, he went to Brent's apartment complex. And what I think actually happened was they all hopped out of the car and they walked up to the house before the white car thing happened. Let me just see, because I'm going to get off in a minute. Let me just see if I have one more thing here. I think I do, but I don't. Guys, thank you so much for letting me share this. And I really would love to see if you, and I'm fine. I'm fine. I've had many people in my life tell me I'm crazy. You know, but they killed him and they need to go to jail for it.
I agree with you on that. I do.
Okay, I just want to listen now. I'm going to get off, but I thank you. But they killed him. Oh, the other thing, you guys, go look at it. It's stunning. And it made me sad, actually, because I'm thinking, I wonder whether they made his family do this. Because if you go to his obituary, it says he died as a result of being shot in Afghanistan. He did not die from that. He died from a Washington State University police officer shooting him in the head in an empty, isolated apartment building. We have a problem. Okay? I am going to get off now. I thank you, Dago, and I thank you, Evil, for not being mad at me. And you just need to know, I only charge $750 per minute for my script shows, and I only take cash. Okay, I do not do American Express. I don't even know what Venmo is or anything else.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, listen.
Thanks for the heads up. I'll never be swinging by.
I want you to know that you are appreciated by everybody, bro. You really are.
Thank you, and I appreciate you all too. Hi, Bread to Kill. Bread to Kill. I have a story with Bread to Kill. It took me like 4 weeks, and I'm looking, and I'm slowly reading his name. This is like over weeks, and then all of a sudden, I get the whole name, Bread to Kill, and I'm like, oh my God, we're on a true crime YouTube station. But he handled me. He did. You know, I asked him. Okay, but Bread to Kill you. I was like, oh my God. But I thank you. I love you guys. And I'll just sit back and listen to whether I'm nuts or not. But they are responsible for this, and they need to go to jail.
I agree with it. It's definitely a wrong scenario. And Brian, like I said, I appreciate you. Nobody thinks you're crazy. We love you to death, brother. You definitely make the day better. I promise you that.
I feel better after I got this out.
Good deal.
Be good.
Good deal.
Love you.
All right,
bye,
brother.
guys.
Take care, bub.
Bye, Bill.
That was awesome.
Needed that laugh today.
Oh my God, I love him to death. He's great, absolutely great. All right.
It did state that he, in his obituary, that he passed from a brain injury from Afghanistan.
That's right.
Okay.
But that's really not. I'm sure that his family didn't want to put it out there.
Or a condition. I mean, brain or.
Mm-hmm.
What was the exact wording on that? Do you?
It was a
brain condition.
Brain condition
suffered in Afghanistan.
Suffered in it. Yeah, it was something like that, and that's not what it was about. No. It's like, you know, I know that people have put these two cases together, but it's two separate cases as far as I'm concerned. You know, Idaho 4 and Brent Kopaka, in my opinion, being unlawfully killed by law enforcement, because it makes no sense. None. And you know, what Brian just stated about the group they put together to be able to keep this investigation open so nobody can ever find out any information on this. That's insane. But it makes sense. It makes perfect sense. You know what I'm saying? It makes perfect sense. Wow. Again,
just like paying $60,000 a year to keep a 911 call, you know, hidden behind a wall as well. But they do shit for a certain reason, and they know.
Now, what I'm going to do, you guys, is, because I know it's driving you guys insane, and I'm not going to hold it from you. I'm going to type into the chat what was given to us in private chat, and it's going to be on you to go check it out on your own. Okay? I think that's fair. I'm not keeping it from you, but I'm not going to put it on my channel right now because I don't know anything about it, and I haven't had the chance to look at it. I'm not going to leave here not giving you that information because I'm not going to have my front door kicked in by an angry mob of the people that say they love me. So I'm just going to make sure that it's done that way. Okay. And that's what I'm going to do. I will give you exactly what she gave us. You're cool with that too, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think that's the best way to approach it.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And because I love you guys, I'm not going to.
It needs more digging. It needs more digging, but it's interesting.
It's going to be the next thing I put in chat. Everybody get your pens and papers ready. That's it. Okay. Grab it and go wherever you're going to go with it. Because I know me and CJ are going to check it out ourselves. But I'm not putting it on here live while we're live until I look at it. You know what I'm saying? There it is. That's all it is.
Yeah. Help us dig, dig into it.
The assignment right there is to look into those two words that I just put in chat. Okay. No, Mandy said no. It's there. It is right there. Yes, that name, Nelly. That's what it is.
Just search it in YouTube, and then you'll see it's the very top. You'll see.
And she said to watch the intro and go from there.
There's 2 videos. There's 2 videos, and it's the channel name as well.
Dinky, I have no idea. I heard that there was Rory came in here earlier and he said that he got a tip that there was a detainment made in Boise in regards to the Idaho 4 case.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
In Boise?
In Boise, yeah. It's a YouTube channel. When you type it in, it'll give you 2 videos, like he said. You go look at it. That's all I'm saying.
Boise.
Oh, yeah, as far as that goes, yes. That's the best I can do for that, guys, because I don't like keeping secrets from you. But I'm not going to put anything out here until I actually go through it myself like that and see what it is. Of course you do, Tommy.
What's up, Tommy?
Tommy! Who is that? T Hope?
Oh.
Hello? Nope. Goodbye. Okay.
I think Tommy was. Did it?
No, that was somebody else.
All right. Stiff drink.
You guys are welcome. And I did that because I love y'all. Like I said, I haven't even looked at it myself.
Brian.
Take it and go digging and come on back to Daddy and tell me what you found. I know that sounded a little weird, but you know.
And like the first time I seen Brian hop up on your panel, I was like, okay, he's cool. Like
it was
yeah.
great. He went through phases. Like he tried each channel and he kept getting a little bit better each time he got to a channel. He finally made it onto Rory's channel, and then he made it the next day. He came onto mine, and it was perfect.
I just didn't know what to expect, you know, when I'm like, because, you know, like when people, you know, you're like, say hi, because, you know, you have to when you're doing this panel stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And normally they're sitting there and they're like, hi,
the name is
you
right
know.
there. The name is right in chat, guys. It's right there, right under my name. I typed it. I don't type in chat often. The True Crime Cafe with Dago. The name underneath that is it. Go ahead, bud. Sorry.
You're good. And it was just crazy because it was like nobody. I just seen walls, and I'm like, what the heck? This is weird. And I'm like, say hi, so I know it's you. And then he just pops into the corner and just waves and pops back out. And I'm like, I don't know what the hell's about to happen, you know?
The last time he was on here, he had no shirt on, and he was halfway across the room sitting on a couch. And I'm like, well, what are you doing, buddy? And he's like, what's going on? I love it. He's hilarious.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Type it into YouTube and go look at it that way, guys.
It's awesome.
Just like you're looking at me.
Very unique personality. A lot of crazy stuff happens in the backstage. You'd be amazed sometimes what pops up while we're doing our shows. You'd be amazed. Mm-hmm. Viewer discretion advised on that. Uh-oh. Yeah, definitely viewer discretion advised on those. But see what you guys think. Just pay attention to the intro. The intro is... Yeah, the Giglo stuff is crazy. What's up, buddy? Like if you watch more of it, you know, it's odd. As soon as you check out the intro, you're like, yeah, this is odd. But just pay attention to the intro. I wouldn't focus on. There's 2 videos. One's a few minutes longer than the other one. Wouldn't focus too much on anything after the intro if you want to, that's only football stuff. Look, it's Pierce Brosnan in an orange outfit. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Uh-oh. Type in that name and you'll see Pierce Brosnan in an orange outfit. Unless they deleted it, I don't know. Let me refresh and see if it's gone. 75 subs. No, I'm still looking at it right now. It's got 86 subs now. Look up. Let me see here. You have to look up. Look up ISRBG, the horror at King Road. So look up ISRGB and then the horror at King Road. I think the link is for the panel, but only Dago or Mama Bear. I can't post a link. It's a lot of stuff, Willie. That's why Dago we were kind of talking in the tonight. I'm always on at 7:30 Eastern. Me and Dago were kind of talking in the private chat, and I was like, man, I need to dig more. There's a lot of stuff in that, there's a lot of stuff. Definitely need to look it up. Yeah, it's there. It's there. Just type in ISRBG and then the horror at King Road. Yeah, there's 2 videos on the channel. 86 subs. Let me look. It might be different now. 96. So it went up to 96 now. Yeah, like Pierce Brosnan in an orange outfit. Yeah. But it has to do with the intro, and there's a sign in there somewhere. So there's and that's what I was saying to Dago in the private chat. Like, there's so much stuff into it. It's almost like, why don't you guys see what you all think? Oh shit, Dago. Do you want me to hop out, bro? I didn't sub. But no, it's almost like one of those things, like there's so much going on, right? So it'd be great for like you all to check it out, see what you think, where the resemblances are, and then we can dig into it, see what we think, and then let's see what we come up with. No idea yet. Fire. Dang. Do you want me to hop? Do you want me to hop off, Dago, or you want me to stay up here for you to come back? Yeah, that is interesting too, Mishy girl. The Boise thing. Man, hopefully it wasn't a house, yo. That shit's happening a lot these days. Dago, just type in chat what you want me to do if you're able to, man. I'll stay on here if you need me to. Otherwise, I'll go ahead and hop down if you want that. That's what I'm saying, LR. There's a lot of stuff. That's why we need to dig into it some more. So see what sticks out to you, right? See what sticks out to you. We'll see what sticks out to us. And then we'll see if what sticks out to me stuck out to you. And if it stuck out to you and it stuck out to me, well, you know? Yeah, you almost have to. Yeah, you almost have to watch it a bunch, Katrina. That's why I was like, yeah, we need to. I need to dig into it some more. You know what I mean? And I will be for sure. It is interesting. Explore everything. You know. Explore everything. Use common sense. Don't have blinders on because it's never safe to drive just looking through the windshield. You need those side windows too. And then start crossing out shit that don't make sense and start circling shit that does. That was about 6 months ago. Aw. One made nut. What interview? Are you talking about the interviews where he was like laying on? No. The what is it? Sneaky Peeks, Peaky Sneaks, whatever. Those two photos, I didn't see that being Joe. If that's what you're referring to, Eddie. Do I think it was Joe, like laying down on a spa bed talking to the phone? Yeah, I think that was Joe. But that video that we were watching a little bit ago when they were comparing Kaylee to some other girl and then Joe to some dude, that's what I was saying to Dago. Like, I don't. The only thing I found that had a lot of facts with that video was when the Joe and that girl in the blue Idaho hoodie did like a little hand swap or whatever. I'm not sure. I'm waiting to see what Dago wants me to do. I'm just here to keep it going if he wanted to get back up or there was some type of explosion. He was able to hop on the phone or something where he could type. And I haven't seen him type. Yeah, sure. I'm just I don't know what. I hope Dago's okay. I seen him pop in a couple times and say something. You know, definitely cuz he does the same thing for me. Like if something goes down on my side, he's always there, you know, to you know, kind of hold it together until I come back. So I'm definitely here to support him, whatever I can do. Okay. I hope he's okay. He popped in chat for a minute and then I haven't seen him type. Look up here, hold on. Look up ISRG, no, BG. Look up that plus the horror at King Road. Type in that and then type in the horror at King Road and you'll see there's 2 videos. Let me check how many subs because they started at 85 and now I bet you it's over 100. 105. There we go. At 105. So that's and just watch the intro. Viewer discretion advised. Just watch the intro and see what you think is a connection. Oh, thank you, Zelda. Yeah, that too, Jesse. Trust me, I had to walk yesterday to go to the car shop over like an hour walk out and that shit, man. You know, and then the humidity too, and then you get there and you like it's like you can't even breathe all the way because of all the crap in the air. Yeah, you'll have to watch that thing a few times. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's cartoons in the intro and stuff. It's crazy, huh? Don't Dive. Is there a certain timestamp, Don't Dive, that you want anybody to focus on? Yeah, viewer discretion advised. Yeah, is there a certain timestamp?
Hey, it's
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing good. Is Dago okay?
He is apparently something on the power line pole exploded. He thinks that possibly a tree fell like way back because he lives in the country, and it pulled all of the lines down. So
Wow. Well,
so
you're
they had
probably
power.
talking. Yeah, you're probably talking 5-6 hours then or something. For
So
sure.
he said that
Well, that sucks.
he just have you or I just end the stream
Okay.
for now and see what
Okay.
happens.
Well, prayers to Dago and everybody around there. And thank you, everybody. And thank you for hopping up too. And I appreciate you guys. And prayers for Dago, man. It's never fun to be without power.
No, it's not. And you know him. As soon as he has internet or power, he'll be back somewhere on somebody's panel. So
Mhm. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mama Bear. Appreciate
thanks,
you.
guys. I'll see you later. Bye.